I think I might need more of these. You can go through them quickly. Do I? I'm applying.
If you want, how many do you have there?
This should be enough until the break, I suppose. It just sometimes like.
Oh, I think you got enough there.
Yeah,
No,
I
yeah,
just thought
yeah,
we take
yeah.
hopefully we'll take a break.
Yeah, I
don't know
think-
if
yes,
it's
right.
lunch,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Oh, yeah, we will take a break.
quicker than I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna, so. And the occasional mistake, of course.
We're gonna
Right.
take the one we skipped from yesterday.
Oh, yeah, right. 6:29.
Yeah, we're gonna take care of that because we have to take care of it today. Yeah, everybody,
Oh, wait, this is the wrong sheet. That's not the right sheet.
I'm looking for Alicia.
They're pointing all this shuffling, all those pages shuffling.
And that's what just happened,
Yeah.
because this is what I need. At least I don't have to put other people's names on. All the boxes start looking the same. It's a whole blur.
Next one in check, right?
Yep, yeah, there we go.
okay, what we're doing, we're waiting for all our members to be here. While we're waiting though, I want to let folks on the committee, those that are on the Public School Infrastructure Commission, this is a commission which allocates dollars out for security and safety in our schools. The next meeting of that will be on March 31 at 11 o'clock over at Granite State College, at the building there. That's where we meet. Folks on that are folks like the commissioner from Homeland Security, Robert Buxton, the Commissioner of Education, Frank Edelblue, several senators and reps as well. So we will be meeting on March 31, 11 o'clock over at Granite State College. That's where we have the allocation for additional dollars for security in the schools, and the schools apply for these grants. We have presently spent close to $43 million in safety and security in our schools, which is a higher per capita than other states are doing. So New Hampshire should be applauded for that. Okay, it looks like we have everybody in place
No,
right now.
except Alicia, I don't know.
Oh,
Where she is. Looked in the hallway.
Okay.
I texted her.
Two other committees which I'll be soon scheduling here. One is the Legislative Oversight Committee for Improvement and Assessment in Schools. That'll be towards the latter part of March. I don't have a specific date yet, tentatively looking at March 27. And also looking at a meeting for the Higher Education Study Committee, which we have. That deals with post-secondary education, most likely on the 27th also, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, but we have not yet. I'm trying to get that cleared with the Senate as well. All right, we're just hanging loose here.
So while we're waiting, I was a little bit late because I was outside listening to the Manchester High School Central Band play out
Oh.
thing, and they were so excellent. It was wonderful. The other bands.
And
were
the
good too,
Alvern
but-
is there, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw them.
But the Central was great.
Yeah.
Really good.
One of these days,
Unbiased view. Right, yeah, yeah, right.
you're completely unbiased. Representative Cornell, one of these days when you're working with the CTE Advisory Council, we'd like to get a trip down to Alvern too.
Okay.
And you might talk to them and see if,
Actually,
for hours.
they were talking about doing that.
Yeah, you can work with,
If I could go to
Terry
the
Wolf,
meeting on
pardon me?
Monday, it's nice, but I guess I
Yeah,
can't,
yeah,
so.
yeah. Okay, good. For the public, we really had a good day yesterday in terms of some of the priorities for this committee. We were able to acquire additional dollars for the career technical education, tuition, and transportation. That was a real jump forward. Another $4.4 million for the next biennium. That brings up $11.2 million per year. We've been funding it at $9 million in the past, and this will help out with the transportation costs. Transportation reimbursement by the state for CTE from the sending school to the receiving center is 10 cents per mile per pupil. It doesn't pay for the bus. The other thing which we had occur, we had fiscal capacity disparity. That bill got a good positive light yesterday from the Division 2, and we're really pleased with that. Also, we had a bill that dealt with additional weighted formula for special education diversity. That also got the green light, and there's at least another $12 million pumped into that as well. So we're seeing some, and the Medicaid Direct is being looked at currently, and I believe that that's going to come out satisfactorily as well. So all that will really help us out in terms of where we're going with our support of public education in the state. Looks like we're all here right now. So HB 629 is not on the list that you have in front of you for today. However, it's a bill we skipped yesterday at the end of the day, and due to the fact we are getting out of here around 5 o'clock, 5:30, somewhere around that hour, and had gone since early in the morning. And so we are going to take 629 up first and then get down into our calendar for today, which starts with CACR 7. So I'd like to recognize Representative McDonald for a motion, please, on 629. 629 is a bill establishing a student bill of rights.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we find HB 629 establishing a student bill of rights inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher seconds that. So, Madam Clerk, motion made by Representative McDonald and second by Representative Belcher. Representative McDonald, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you. I believe this should be ITL because although it was well intended to, as was said by the prime sponsor, put the focus back on students, this was really went about in the wrong way, as no students were asked for any input and there was no attempt made to get student input. And that was my biggest concern. But in addition, it seems that rights were picked to be included in a student bill of rights, but it's a non-exhaustive list of all the rights included. So my concern is with the rights that were not included. Why are some picked and why are some others? And they're not starting particular order of the rights being listed. There's many concerns regarding that. And members on this committee, I know some would agree that there is a concern by what was included as compared to what was not included. So thank you.
Thank you very much. From the maker of the second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have obviously similar concerns, but I also have a lot of concerns about what is listed in this document. First of all, it goes right to the principle of what is a right. For instance, line 12 of page 1 identifies the privileges of the Constitution to which people are entitled. The Constitution does not contain any privileges. It recognizes pre-existing natural rights of persons. Further issues involve unqualified freedom to assemble, which could easily be interpreted to allow students to assemble for political reasons at any time, including during the school day. And perhaps most dangerously, this bill would assign students, and this is law. This is not just, we're not putting opinions out there in this thing. This is law. When you assign a student the unqualified and unabridged right to private conscience in religious matters, you are effectively telling their parents that they have no right to direct their religious education, they can refuse to go to church, and anything else they want to do. And we're talking about minors here. Minors have rights, but they don't have all of the full natural rights inherent to a full adult with adult agency. We have to recognize that in a document like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The bill is HB 629. This is a bill dealing with the establishing a student bill of rights.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry. Yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
Nope.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall, No. Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Hold on a second, please. Representative Tanner.
I'd like to offer an OTP motion, and I also have an amendment.
Is there a second? Representative Myler seconds the motion made by Representative Tanner. Representative Tanner, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to offer my amendment.
Okay,
It's amendment 0232H. Now,
can you pass that out,
I
please?
will, yep.
Yes, yes, yes. And the amendment we're doing is 02328.
Right.
Does everybody have a copy of that in front of you right now? Representative Tanner, would you please walk us through that amendment?
Certainly.
Or do you have a motion to put the amendment on the table? You did?
I'd like, I said I'd like to put a motion on the
Okay.
table. OTP.
Okay, is there a second on the amendment?
No.
Okay, the same folks. So Tanner, Myler for the amendment. Go ahead, please, Representative Tanner.
So when I submitted the bill originally to OLS, what you're seeing is what the original bill was. And what they did was the person that was the lawyer, drafting lawyer, cut out the first part of it, which is a statement of findings. And so this amendment reinstates the statement of findings, which gives some context, I think, to the rest of the bill. And as I said when I presented this bill, that this is meant to get the focus back on students, the people that are the product of education, the people that it should be the focus of education. And I appreciate that some people fear that this might embolden some of the students, but every part of this bill is actually found in Constitution, either the New Hampshire Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, or federal law around adequate and free education. So I think it's important that as a committee and as a state house, we recognize the students in our classes and you know, we've had some great bills come through here that really are going to make a difference in students' lives, and this is just one to give them some confidence that they are recognized as well. Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Belcher?
Yeah, it's just the first question, because I'm reading some of this and there's a lot of language in here that I would consider somewhat vague or I'm not sure how to interpret all of it, but I guess I would ask, is this coming from an organization or of some kind? Is this a model legislation of some sort?
This legislation was something that I had read about on NCLS, and this was some of the languages from that, but other languages also locally devised. And like I said, it's to give context to the Student Bill of Rights.
I noticed that the LBA does not have a fiscal note on it. It does have a FN attached to the bill. Have you any projection of what the costs are for this?
I am totally flummoxed as to why there's an FN on this bill.
Representative Lekis?
The rights delineated in the Constitution, both the New Hampshire Constitution and the federal Constitution, are what are called negative rights. You have the right from certain things, the right from intrusion of government, etc. A number of these are, and clearly based on one or both of the constitutions. But other ones are a right to something, and nobody has a right to something that requires an act of somebody else. And there are a number of items here that are what are called positive rights, which are not guaranteed by our constitutions and which require somebody else to act. And that was never the intent of any of our founders, and it is very much against my basic belief system that anybody has the right to require another person to act. And that would be my biggest objection to this, is those lines that require somebody else to act, somebody else to pay, somebody else to do things. I don't believe one person can require that of somebody else. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee? Further discussion? Yes, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little puzzled, Representative Lakis. When you speak about, sorry, I'm forgetting the term you just used. Positive rights, thank you. Are you referring to lines 31 through, like 31 on the first page through 6 or so on the second page? Is that what you're referencing?
Starting around 26, where you're now requiring other people to act, to be taxed, all of those things as a right. It may be something that we have agreed to do, but it is not a right.
May I continue?
Yes.
So first of all, there's nothing here about taxation in that part. I guess I'm just on a completely different page than you are. I think these are very legitimate rights.
Further discussion, Representative Tanner?
I'm also confused. Some of these, like the ones about education, there's certainly in our Constitution, in the New Hampshire Constitution, there is mention of the right for education, but we've also federally and also state have a standard that has been passed and is in law that says children have a right to a free and adequate education. That children with disabilities have different rights under federal law. So I think what I am not going to think what you, do you mean that your personal belief is different than what's in this bill, rather than the fact that it needs a fiscal note because you feel that these rights are not in statute and need, I don't understand, need fiscal responsibility to them?
In the Constitution, it doesn't say that. What it says is that we shall cherish and encourage education, which is quite different from what the courts decided, from what a specific few judges decided. It meant that meant we had to pay for education. Now, we have, as a legislature, and we have in towns, decided to do that, but that isn't because it is a right, it is because we decided to do that. And my objection is to calling it a right and saying that a student has a right to that. The student has that because the town has decided to support that, or for the state money because the state has decided to spend money and support that, not because of a right. Nobody has a right to insist that somebody else do something, and you are insisting that they have the right to have other people pay for their education.
Yes.
So you're objecting to the word right. How would you state that, since the courts have decided and based on our Constitution, that in fact is what happens, that a child has the right, or whatever word you want to put in there, to receive a free and adequate education in the state of New Hampshire?
I would say that they were hyperactive judges, a few of them.
No,
who
I'm
overstated their
asking what
bounds.
you would place in that sentence other than right.
I would leave that out. I would not put that in a student bill of rights because it does not go along with our constitutional rights. That's what I would do. There are a number of things that are in here that follow our
We're not going to have
constitutional
this
rights
going back and
and
forth
others
stuff.
that don't.
Just answer it and you're done, and no follow-up questions. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. Maybe I can add some clarity for this bill that really reinforces that any student has the right to attend a public school. In other words, unlike non-public schools, every student is admitted. It doesn't matter what the need, it doesn't matter what any of the classifications are, but every single student is admitted to a public institution. And that's not always the case. So I don't know if that helps clarify the right. I think they have that right now, but I think there's a perception out there that, with choice, which is fine, people have choice, but there is a difference with how your funding mechanisms are and how the public school must service every single child.
I have a question for Representative Tanner here. On line 36 and 37 on page 2, it says, "The right to access without tuition each resident school district's K through 12 basic education program for students of qualifying age." I'm a K through 8 district, and we have agreements that are made with receiving schools to tuition our students to those schools. And that's very typical throughout this state. The local board has the authority to approve the receiving school as one of their tuition schools. We also have numerous places within the state right now where the local school board, that sending school board, has approved certain schools where students are sent. But they've also capped their tuition. Let's say they cap it at $20,000. And you have a receiving school that's all of a sudden jumped from $20,000 to $20,500. Some of those districts are allowing the parent to pay that difference. Others are saying, if we don't pay the full freight, then you're not going to go there. So what are you implying here by this section of law? I need to have a better understanding of the where you're going with item A here on line 36.
So the Claremont decision said, "We hold that Part 2, Article 83 imposes a duty on the state to provide a constitutionally adequate education to every educable child in the public schools in New Hampshire and to guarantee adequate funding." That's Claremont versus the governor in 1993. That's a court decision. And so even if you only go to 8th grade, your town and your taxpayers are still responsible for providing a constitutionally adequate education to every educable child in residence within your area.
Okay, now I'm going to follow that up with another question then. So we have tuition agreements in this particular hypothetical district, talk with receiving schools A, B, and C. And A and B fall within the tuition cap, C doesn't. But A and B provide all the services that are required by the opportunity for an adequate education. So the student has that opportunity provided to him or her. But the parent says, well, I also want to go to C and I'm willing to pay the $500. Are they being denied the opportunity for an adequate education?
I think that what we're talking about is not about the Student Bill of Rights. I think we're talking about actually a bill that we have coming up later in the session or in today about vouchers and about payments to other schools that are not within. But each district should, in my opinion, by law, have an anchor school that's a public school that's free and performs an adequate education. Doesn't mean that they have to have a whole bunch of choices, although we do have choice within our educational settings. So I just think that that's,
Okay, I'm just trying to get a little
yeah,
clarification
this
here.
is just the base.
So you've used the word anchor, which I appreciate that, so that we're not talking a voucher program here at all. We're talking about a whole different tuition type program that's in existence throughout the state right now. And the way this is written, it could be interpreted to deny some students which are attending from these K-8s or K-6s or whatever we may have, the opportunity to continue going where they're going.
This isn't a denial bill. This is a bill that states what their right is, what they have. Every student that's educable in the state of New Hampshire has a right to a free and adequate education, and that has to be provided by the local community. And how they do that, no child in that particular community should be forced to pay extra. Parents should be forced to pay extra money to go to a private school.
So last question I have for you then, I don't want to get this back and forth myself, but so if it's provided that they have the option to go to A, B, or C, and they choose C, knowing that they're going to get transportation to A. Of course, high school students are not necessarily guaranteed transportation, but the district may provide that to A, where all those services, but they still choose to go to B. Are you supportive of that concept?
I think that is a choice bill. That is part of the EFA or the choice.
No, that's
Well,
not.
it's part of the Croydon bill that originally set up, but that is part of one of the bills that we're going to be talking about later. And this is not to identify and restrict. It is simply a statement of a bill of rights. It's the basic thing. And then whatever the legislature does on top of that, as long as each educable child has the ability to attend free and adequate education.
The opportunity.
The opportunity, yeah.
Representative Cascadden.
I was just thinking your local school board policies should have that clearly spelled out. There's one on admission of resident students, and however your district is structured, you could have potentially have language in there already that determines whether the district is going to allow that to occur if the parent wants to pay the difference. And you should also have a policy that talks about non-residents and what authorities they have to either attend your school or the school of their choice. But the district should already have policies in there that clearly describe what options families have within that district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
As a parent, I have a problem with a number of these so-called rights in here. I'm looking at Roman 3 on page 2. Does my child have a right to free speech in my house? I know of many instances where I denied my child free speech in my home. And how about the right of personal privacy? We had our computer in a public space. We could look at what was going on. In a school, personal privacy, does that mean that the school or law enforcement cannot search lockers anymore? I think that there are a great many things in here that we're prescribing rights to minors that go well beyond what I as a parent would want to provide to my children.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate those comments from Rep. Cordelli, so I won't belabor any of those points. But I would like to take a look at the new section, the statement of findings, especially under Roman 3. where I'm going to suggest that this statement of rights is actually deeply confusing the concept of rights with privileges. First of all, so it actually says privileges right here. So again, I would make the point that the Constitution does not contain privileges. It recognizes pre-existing natural rights that are inherent to each person. I happen to believe that as image bearers of God, we do, but each person can decide for themselves why each person has an inherent dignity and rights, but they're inherent to a person. They're not granted by the Constitution, they're just recognized. And the problem comes where it suggests down here that these rights can go through evolution and interpretation. And that's just not something that rights are subject to. Rights either exist or they do not. They do not evolve. They are unchanging at all times and in all places. And to confuse that concept with privileges that are granted by government puts us into a position where we can lose these rights with a 51% majority deciding we don't have them anymore. So that's my big issue with this.
Representative Petronell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very confused about the fact that we have compulsory education in the state of New Hampshire to the age of 18. So children are, in essence, forced to attend school. The parents have an obligation to determine which school or which type of school their children attend. So now we're going to turn around and give that same group of people who we are forcing into a situation, forcing into an education, and we're going to tell them what their rights are. Well, if you look at page 2, line 22, the very first thing I would have done as a high school student would be to assemble my fellow students and say that I no longer have a duty I'm going to exercise my right of petition and peaceful assembly to tell you that I will not be going to school, nor should it be compulsory any longer.
Boy, the state troopers are coming after you. Representative McDonald.
Thank you. An additional point that has not been mentioned in this conversation, but was made note during the hearing. If you look at the definitions in line 26 to 27 on the first page of the amendment, in this chapter, public school student means any child enrolled in a New Hampshire public or chartered public school. Now, it doesn't say K through 12 school, and we do have public universities in this state, such as UNH and the university system, and there's nothing in this bill to believe that those students attending those schools would be exempted. So some of these rights, we're recognizing the rights of adults, because the majority of college students are not of minor age, and the distinction is not made and it's ambiguous as worded.
Further discussion from the committee? Representative Petronell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also see this as a violation of natural rights because the students don't have the right to choose what type of education they are pursuing when they're under the age of 18. And I would argue over the age of 18, depending on who's paying for it. And that children have the right and protection from their parents, and when it comes to their health, education, and welfare. And the parents have a duty to that. The students have a duty to follow what their parents tell them until they are emancipated from their parents.
Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any discussion. So we have amendment 0232H with a motion for OTP in front of us. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Blackus,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell. Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, are there any further motions to be made? Not.
On the original motion, please.
Okay, we have a request for the original motion, which is OTP without amendment, made by Representative Tanner and second by Representative Luno.
No, Myler.
Myler did that? Okay.
Just go right to a vote.
Further discussion? There's, Representative Tanner moved ought to pass
Oh, for now, okay.
with Representative Myler seconding it. Okay. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No,
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner, Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison, Representative Woodcock, Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
yes,
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So we have at this point no recommendation. 10-10. Any further recommendations? Not seeing, so who will be writing the, pardon me? Okay, Representative Tanner.
And do you want it to be OTP or OTPA?
Well, I'm gonna have to put the
Let's do
amendment
OT.
in.
Let's,
It'd be
yeah, let's do OTP.
OTP
OTPA.
would be the A, yep. And,
McDonald?
okay, good. Got it. Okay, with that, we're going to be going on to the next item on our docket for today, which is the first item.
Okay.
CACR 7, relating to use of money raised by taxation for education, providing that money raised by taxation may be applied for the use of religious educational institutions. Representative Cordelli, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass on CACR 7.
I'll second that.
Representative Petronell seconds. You got that? Okay, good. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. We have a history in New Hampshire, as in other states, of removing obsolete provisions of our Constitution. I'll point specifically to 1968 and 1980, where 3 provisions were removed. I'll go back to the addition of the Blaine Amendment to our Constitution in 1877. Just prior to that, in 1868, in the Hale versus Everett, New Hampshire Supreme Court case, there had been in statute for years the requirement that elected officials be Protestants. In 1868, the Supreme Court said that that was a dead letter and it should be removed from the Constitution. A dead letter, as defined in the legal dictionary, is a statute that is no longer enforced but has not been formally repealed. And added in the uslegal.com, it cannot be enforced because of a change in circumstances. In 1877, that provision for Protestant religion of elected officials was removed. At the same time, the Blaine Amendment was added by the voters. And as we've talked about in the past, it was a reaction to what was going on in the time with the Know Nothing Party, the predecessors to the Ku Klux Klan, church burnings, and an anti-Catholic and anti-Jewish movement in the country to keep the schools as Protestant institutions. It was suggested at the time that they removed the Protestant elected officials provision, but added the Blaine Amendment so that Catholics who now were going to be allowed into office would not be able to use their position to provide funding to those religious schools. We've heard that the Supreme Court decisions were narrow rulings. That is not the case. The rulings in multiple cases has been very broad and substantial when it comes to school choice. Some of the initial cases were different than our education freedom accounts. For instance, the Zellman versus Simmons-Harris case was an Ohio voucher program. Now, we don't have vouchers, we all know, in New Hampshire, but this was a voucher case. And the opinion of the case said, excuse me? Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, but don't cast what.
Okay, let's not have any sideways discussions here. Representative Cordelli has the floor.
The opinion stated,
Words in other people's mouth.
I'm putting words in my own mouth at the moment. The Ohio program permits such individuals to exercise genuine choice among options, public and private, secular and religious. The program is therefore a program of true private choice, as stated in the Supreme Court decision. In the Trinity Lutheran versus Comer case, Chief Justice Roberts wrote, exclusion of Trinity Lutheran from a public benefit for which it is otherwise qualified solely because it is a church is odious to our Constitution all the same and cannot stand. In the Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue case, just from 3 years ago, it was stated by Justice Alito that if a state decides to fund private education institutions, it cannot discriminate against parents who choose to send their children to religious schools. Justice Roberts added, we have repeatedly held that the Establishment Clause is not offended when religious observers and organizations benefit from neutral government programs. Just last year, Maine, Carson versus Macon, Justice Roberts reiterated what he had written in the 2020 case. A state need not subsidize private education, but once a state decides to do so, it cannot disqualify private schools solely because they are religious. A neutral benefit program in which public funds flow to the religious organizations through the independent choice of private benefit recipients. Private benefit recipients. It's no longer public money, it's private benefit recipients. Does not offend the Establishment Clause. I would offer that the Blaine Amendment, Article 2, Section 83, is a dead letter. It is a remnant of bigotry. It is a stain on our Constitution. It is no longer enforceable based on multiple U.S. Supreme Court decisions and needs to be removed, and we need to send it to the voters for their decision.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I'm not going to get into the history of Representative Cordelli, but I will want to get into current times. I know we always hear what our constituents say, our constituents say, our constituents say. Well, I'm not sure what you guys are hearing, but I'll tell you one thing I hear. The one thing I hear from my constituents and the people that talk to me, there are a few besides Arthur, is that I don't want my tax dollar going to religious school. That's what I hear. It doesn't matter if it goes to a private independent resource and passes its way through the dollar, no matter how it gets there. My public taxes, I do not want to sponsor someone to go to this school. So clearly, I'm just going to tell you, that's my opinion brought forth by my constituents, and I want to make it public here today. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting that the cites that Representative Cordelli made on some of these Supreme Court decisions is interesting because the Lutheran case was basically targeted for a playground, not school education. The Espinoza case came out of a tax credit program, very similar to what we have in this state, from a standpoint, it's been made very clear in this committee that tax credits are not public monies. Very similar to this, and that's what Espinoza was about. And the main case was very similar to what we had in the Croydon case in this state, where you had a school that only went up, I'm not sure, up like the 6th grade, and they wanted to send kids out of the school to another school, and they provided public monies for that tuition. The other issue that hasn't been mentioned in this conversation, and I'd like to read this to the committee. This comes out of the Constitution, Part 1, Article 6, and I quote, "No person shall ever be compelled to pay towards the support of schools of any sect or denomination." 1784. So as far as I'm concerned, notwithstanding the arguments about religion, et cetera, and the Blaine Amendment, Constitution is very clear about how money should be spent, and it should not go towards a sect or a denomination. So I'm absolutely going to oppose this OTP. Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to speak to the last item that was just brought up because I do think it's an important item. It's a separate clause within the state constitution of New Hampshire, and it is admittedly a complicating factor when we look at all this. But let's be clear, it is not just complicating for religious education because the Supreme Court has ruled that secular humanism is a religion. The Supreme Court has also ruled that because education cannot possibly be viewpoint neutral, you cannot possibly remove secular humanism and what is taught in schools from that milieu of religiosity. Therefore, when the secular public schools took over from the church education, as they did in the late 1800s in New Hampshire, it wasn't actually transferring from a religious-based worldview to a viewpoint-neutral worldview. It was transferring it from one viewpoint to another viewpoint. So that would actually complicate not just private education, but also public education. And we haven't heard a SCOTUS decision on that. So until we do, I don't think there's any point in really going on about it.
Further, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To address the concerns, because of Part 1, Article 6 of the New Hampshire Constitution, removing the Blaine Amendment in our Constitution would not actually change the policy regarding funding private education, religious education. What the intent of this bill really is to do is to remove a stain, as Representative Cordelli put it, on our Constitution that was anti-immigrant, anti-Catholic, and in that time, anti-immigrant was anti-Irish, and we're coming up upon St. Patrick's Day, and here we are still arguing if we should recognize the people in this country of Irish heritage or immigrants of any background.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Talking about Part 1, Article 6, what's referred to as the compelled reason clause, a number of those states and those court decisions that I just referenced had similar clauses in their constitutions and were referred to as being not applicable by the Supreme Court. But just let me go back to 1784 when this language was adopted. Religious worship was supported by town taxes. That's what this was about. Most of those churches were congregational churches. In 1791, the Act for Regulating Towns and Choice of Town Officers passed, and it included authorizing town voters to collect taxes to support the local ministry. So that's what the compelled reason clause is talking about. To having the government collect taxes to give to churches. Towns were enforcing that to varying degrees. And that act was repealed in 1819 as more faiths were coming into the country and there was more opposition to favoring one religion, primarily the Congregational Church, with tax dollars. That's what the compelled reason clause, Part 1, Article 6 was all about.
Representative Cordiello, do you have you're all set now? Further discussion, Representative Belcher.
Yes, I would just say, because I have received emails from constituents and other people suggesting they don't want their money going to religious education. I understand the viewpoint. The last point I want to make on this is you don't have to like what's happening right here because the Supreme Court has ruled on this. It isn't something that we have to love. But I think it's important to note that if we vote against it as a House, we are in fact sending a signal to the federal government that we are pro-nullification.
Further discussion from the committee. Yeah, Representative Tanner.
Could you give me the reference to the Supreme Court decision that said that secular humanism is a religion?
I don't have it in front of me, but I can certainly get that to you.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. We're ready to go ahead then. We have a motion of OTP on the constitutional amendment concurrent resolution number 7, use of money raised by taxation for education. Okay, providing raised by taxation may be applied for the use of religious educational institutions. Madam Clerk, would you please?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick question of the chair.
Okay.
This is the first time that I've been in a committee where we're voting, making a committee recommendation on a constitutional amendment. And I was just wondering if you could explain the process in committee, on the floor, and afterwards, where something like this goes.
Well, where this will go is.
I'm talking about in terms of vote splits.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of what we do is we take action at this meeting right here, whether it's up or down, and then the
Simple majority.
simple majority right here, but that's not the case on the House floor. When it gets to House floor, it's a super majority.
Either three-fifths?
I think it's 3/5.
Three-fifths.
3/5, yes.
And then it would go to the Senate. If we were to achieve 3/5,
Yes, then it goes over there for the same thing.
and then it does not have to go to the governor's office.
Right.
Absolutely.
It goes onto a ballot
That's
And-
right.
and then-
the
and then-
voters have to decide the issue
by a supermajority.
by a super majority.
I think it's 2/3 as well. I
That's
think
what I
it's a
meant, the
different.
2/3 vote, that's the super majority right there
So-
from the voters.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, because I just think that's a very interesting, type of thing, because it's not like our usual bill process.
Absolutely, and it's like
thanks.
that intentionally here. We're talking about the Constitution. And so that's why it takes this type of action at various levels. So this is the one level where it's just, a majority.
Great, thank you very much.
So with that, Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the roll?
Yeah. Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No,
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Alboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
You have a motion, Representative Myler?
Yes, I moved ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Tanner, seconds Representative Myler Tanner. Representative Myler?
No, we've had enough conversation.
Enough conversation? Okay, Representative Tanner? Same thing. Okay, when you're ready, Madam Clerk. The motion is ITL on CACR 7.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Ford?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Petterno?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
No further motions of any kind? Not seeing that, so who will be writing your report, Representative?
Ought to pass?
Yeah, you'll be doing the out to pass, but,
Myler?
okay.
And ITL, I assume.
Okay, we're gonna take about a 5-minute break here for folks, if you have to go to the washroom and that, and then we're gonna come back and go to noon. Yes,
If I may, just for the record, and to provide that information, the SCOTUS case I referenced was Torcaso versus Watkins, 1961. Has been upheld similar rulings by federal courts multiple times since then. Torcaso versus Watkins. Torcaso v. Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I call on the chairman for a motion.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. I'd like to put forth the motion of OTP.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Ford. Back to the chairman.
Yes, and so I'd like to, in discussion here, I'd also like to present Amendment 0839H, which I believe has been passed around to everybody. And I will walk folks through that amendment. So I'd first like to put the motion forward for OTP on the Amendment 0839H.
Second?
Second.
Representative Ford again.
Thank you. Okay, walking through this, the area which the bill had is highlighted there on lines 11 through 14. And what this does is that we have a number of smaller schools in this state that tuition their students, primarily secondary students, but many of them, some also go tuition from grades 4, 5, 6, 7, right up through grade 12. And what we've done in statutory law, we've allowed the local school board to approve the school that they're sending these students to. And they then have to ensure in their programming that they're going to provide the services that are necessary for students, from everything from special education through all those components and aspects of the adequate opportunity for an adequate education. Many of these schools have contracts which they've entered into with a receiving school. They may have as many as 3 or 4 different contracts. The school district I'm talking about there are several of them in my district. I'll talk about one of them. I've done it before many times here. It's a small village of Piermont, which is a K-8 school, roughly around 60 kids. And they have contracts with Woodsville High School, which is in Haverhill. They have contracts with Oxbow High School, which is in Bradford, Vermont. They have contracts with Rivendell, which is an interstate school district, which is Fairleigh, Vermont, and Orford, New Hampshire. Corinth gets involved with that somewhat as well in Vermont. They have contracts with Thetford Academy, also in Vermont. And in prior years, they've had them with Mascoma as well, dipping down into the Hanover area. These contracts are such that they negotiate them, and there's language that's put together. And what happens as these contracts and years move forward, the other point I want to mention is how does the town of Piermont then decide how much money they're going to spend? They take the tuition costs for Woodsville High School, for Oxbow High School in Bradford, Vermont, and they take the cost of sending a kid to Rivendell, which is down the river in Orford. They average that cost, and then they add on a fudge factor of 18% on top of that. So they're up close to around $20,000 for tuition. So they look at their schools, and all those schools fall within that range. And there are like 4 kids still going to St. Johnsbury Academy, which they also tuition to, and their tuition went up about $1,000 on top of where we have the cap. And the parents are now saying, well, my child is there. Can they continue to go to school there? Yes, they continue to go there. Are they going to be charged that difference, though, after this year is over? And that school board's been hassling that issue out. And then as a result of that, some of the parents are saying, may I pay the difference if I opt to go to the academy, which is an independent school? It's approved by Department of Education of Vermont and by the Commissioner of Education wrote a letter for that. That was back in when Virginia Berry did it. And it's an approved school, as is Freiburg Academy right over in Maine. So we've been sending kids that direction, but now they're saying, look, the cap, the cost is above the cap, which we have here. And parents, back to what I said, are saying, can I pay the difference? So they are hassling right now. They've been told by various attorneys different stories. And it's a confusing issue right now because this is also likened to Landaff, which is a community which I also have, which is a small K through 3 school. They call it the Blue School up in Landaff, and they tuition their kids to Lisbon. But they also allow high school kids, based upon what the parent would like to do. Some are going over to Profile, which is over to the west of it, and one child even goes to St. Johnsbury Academy. But they're paying for it. They're paying for it, regardless of what that tuition is. Landaff's paying for that additional cost. Piermont is in a situation right now where their operating budget projected for next year is 22% higher than it was last year. They've received several of these Cat A type students, and it's just thrown that whole budget out of whack. So they're looking, how can we keep our budget down where we can not nail our people with property taxes anymore? So what this bill does, it has a sentence here: to enroll a child in a tuition school approved by the local school board whose tuition cost is above the district's established tuition cost per pupil, as determined and approved by the board, the local board may require the parent to pay the tuition cost difference. Now, this is the new part in this: as long as at least one option, one of those schools, A, B, C, D, whatever it might be, at least one option does not require additional tuition payment from the parent. So they're looking for a school in which they can send their kids to that is not going to cost the parent any money at all. That might be in the case where I am. It might be Oxbow. It may be Rivendell. It may be Thetford Academy, but would not be St. Johnsbury Academy, seeing that the parent would, somebody's going to have to pay that difference. And so what we're trying to do is work around and find out what is, permissible. This language, which we have in front of us today, was written just yesterday by the AG's office. They feel that this is pretty, secure. In fact, that we are providing districts the option to send them to a school. And for example, Piermont's providing that transportation, even though they don't have to, because it's high school, they're to Oxbow, which is Bradford, Vermont, and Rivendell. They connect buses between the town lines. So, and to Woodsville as well. So all that is available, but there are some parents that want to continue their kids to go to the academy. So this is what this is trying to do. So that's all I have at this time, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Anything from the seconder of the motion, Representative Ford?
No, nothing further.
Further discussion, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's just clarify this. So as I'm reading this, it basically says that prior to a parent having to pay an additional tuition to a school of their choice, that there is an anchor school. I'll use that term since we used that earlier today.
Yeah, with Croydon, yes.
There is an anchor school that is available. In this case, we're basically talking, I would assume, either a middle school or a high school. That anchor school would be an option for parents to choose, where they would not have to pay any additional tuition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further discussion, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, would if the local school board were to approve a private school, right? Approved by the local child or tuition school approved by the local school board. So if the local school board were to approve a private school, I mean, pick any of them. St. Paul's is right here in Concord. KUA,
Montessori.
Yeah, any of those. Then what? Am I correct? Then what? If this were law, this would allow the student to take whatever the approved budget per pupil tuition cost determined by the school board and use that to pay tuition at KUA or St. Paul's or anything like that.
Can I clarify just to make sure we're absolute? The school that the student's going to go to has to be approved by the local board.
Yeah,
And the local board may say, we'll pay it. They would pay that difference, or they may require the parent. So that's a decision that local policy is going to have to decide that one, how they're going to do that.
Okay, so further clarification then, to make sure I'm understanding that. The local board could say, all right, we will pay the full, use tax dollars to pay the full KUA tuition or the full St. Paul's tuition, or we'll pay up to what we pay to tuition our students to, let's say, Newport High School or something like that. Say it was $20,000. We'll pay up to 20 grand, and we'll approve KUA in St. Paul's. And parents, it's up to you to pay the remaining, 70 grand, $60,000 or whatever it is to go there. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's the basic concept.
Or the school board can pay the whole freight. You just
Yeah, if they want to, of course, we've had situations where in a community south of Orford where we had parents saying, well, I want my student to go to St. J Academy. Well, the tuition rate to St. J at that point in time was around $16,000. But if you go as a boarding student, you're going to be paying $70,000. Of course, that particular community said, absolutely not. We're not doing that. We have a contract with them for tuition, not board. So we're not going that route. I don't know if you're thinking of, are we going to end up having to pay for board? No. And we're not going to get in the business of trying to decide we're going to just select this private school as that's where all our kids are going to go and we'll pay the difference. This is trying to support options, but the options are not necessarily private schools. And most of this situation throughout the state is dealing with public schools where they have different agreements throughout the state. This is widely accepted throughout the state. However, it's being done very quietly. And now the attorneys are saying, well, you can't do that because you're discriminating against a parent that doesn't have the money to send the child to school X.
Well, let me can I take it a little further though? Follow up. Thank you. So let's say I live in Hopkinton. I do live in Hopkinton, and obviously I was chair of the school board for a lot of years, and our kids went through the Hopkinton school district. But let's say I'm a parent in Hopkinton, and I'm currently sending my child to St. Paul's, and I'm paying full freight tuition at St. Paul's, and I don't know what it is now. Would $75,000 a year be out of the realm? So I'm paying $75,000 a year, and they're in St. Paul's. I think calls their kids like 4th, 5th, and 6th formers, but I'll just go with the sophomore, junior type of nomenclature. So let's say my son's a junior. Or my child's a junior at St. Paul's. I'm spending $75,000 a year. I could go to my school board and say, hey, could you put St. Paul's on the list, and then send me a check for $20,000, and I can use that to pay my tuition. How would, if this were law, how would I mean, is that what one of the intents of? I mean, something that could happen if this were law?
It has to be approved by the local board.
I'm saying that. So I go to the school board and I say, hey, would you approve St. Paul's? I mean, don't we want our kids to get St. Paul's education?
It's not that easy. You have to, of course, your agreements and your money is already in the operating budget that you have. So that's been done based prior to this.
Yeah.
So.
But it could happen, right? I mean, it's basically opening the door.
If there is a community that's out there that will send the kids to Holderness and pay for Holderness and room and board, I'd be glad to send my grandkids there. So just tell me where that community is. But I do not think that that's going to be the case here. I think what we're trying to do is maintain situations like we've had in the past with Freiburg Academy, where kids from the Conway area have gone that way, or in where I am, where they have the choice of various schools. And that choice in the rural areas is very, very important. We don't have charter schools other than the one that's a wonderful one up in Littleton, but there's only 1 or 2 seats available, and that from the area where I live for the, that region where there's a lot of folks living. So we also are residing, and but St. J Academy offers things that you won't find at Oxbow, you won't find at Rivendell, you won't find at Woodsville. And if you want a fine theater program, you probably would want to go to Oxbow. That's over in Bradford, Vermont. If you want to have a Division IV basketball championship, you go to Woodsville, which they just won the other day. If you want to have a program that's really excellent in other aspects, like Rivendell has, you would go that direction. It provides those options for it's a choice program, but through tuition. Has nothing to do with vouchers, has nothing to do with any of that. This is the traditional way we've handled those small schools that don't.
Follow
One
up
more, see if anyone else wants to have questions.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. But don't families and students already have those options? I mean, I hear from families in Hopkinton that they moved to Hopkinton because of the schools. And so, I mean, don't those options already exist?
They do. That's why people from, for example, the area around Hanover and Lebanon that are working there at Dartmouth Hitchcock choose to live in Piermont because it's right on the interstate highway there, and they can zap down in 30 minutes and be down in Hanover. But they also know by coming there, I'm going to have the opportunity to have my child go to either Thetford Academy or to St. J or all these other schools. That's the draw for Piermont right now. Now, when St. J jumped their tuition by $1,000, which, perhaps if you did the calculation, if they changed that percentage to maybe 19%, then you would have that still in the cards. But we have students attending there, and that tuition has occurred. And now, as a sophomore, you might end up having to go somewhere else because it's above the cap. And in that, once it's above the cap, then unless the parent can pay that difference, and if Piermont's not willing to pay that difference, you're going to have kids having to opt somewhere else to go to school.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you. I'm going to ask this question because I live in an SAU, and the children in my community, we only serve up to 8th grade. And then we have an agreement with Portsmouth High School, and that's where we send our children. So I'm trying to understand how this would affect my district. Right now, they only have one school choice, and that's Portsmouth. If something like this gets passed, wouldn't that encourage families in my district, and a lot of them do choose private school at that point and send their kids to Phillips Exeter? And right now, it's not approved by our board, as you're saying, but wouldn't that put pressure on the school board at some point, if this law is passed, to have people come to our board and maybe take legal action to have us approve that school? And if that's the case, then the tuition price that we pay for Portsmouth High School would actually increase our budget for the number of schools that we're not currently paying for.
It wouldn't change the costs above what you're paying for the tuition to the current school that you're using. That would be your anchor school. Now, if another person came and said, I'd like to go over here to this one, first of all, the board would have to approve. If they don't approve it, and there's no legal action you can take because the board's responsible for providing an adequate opportunity for an adequate education for a student. We provide that. They're going to this present high school. But if they wanted to get in the option, they could have a contract, an agreement with the other school, and they would have to settle on what the tuition rate's going to be. Most likely, they wouldn't increase any higher than what they are presently paying. It's not going to jump their budget.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. So what I'm trying to say is there's quite a number of schools in our community, students in our community that are currently going to private schools and we're not paying for. So what would happen is our budgets would increase substantially if if something went through and that choice was made that we were going to provide that. So say we're paying $20,000 to Portsmouth High School per student, and all of a sudden 10 more students that are currently in private school decide that they want that option, then that increases our budget substantially.
Those students from the other schools are not part of your ADMA right now. They may be part of your ADMR, but they're not, once they go there, they're part of your ADMA, and you are receiving monies for those students too. But it would be the same. I doubt very seriously the scenario you're trying to refer would occur. I can't see that happening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. When the bill came before us before about allowing communities that had schools to a certain level, and then tuition to other schools, and we made the provision now that's in law, and I actually voted for it, where the school board has to approve the schools that they're choosing. At that time, I was representing Croydon as one of my floterials. And what happened consequently in Croydon, in case you didn't hear, is that they cut the budget, okay? They cut the budget in half. And they cut it so low that it was much lower than what the tuition rate was for the nearby public school, Newport School. The only option students had, or parents had, to send their students to a school board approved school was a school that was a private school that had substantially less tuition than the public school. If the parents wanted to send their kids to the public school, and many of them had, now Croydon only goes to fourth grade, so there were students that had been in the Newport public school, for 6-7 years, going through a program, going through career technical ed that they had at the school, participating on the football team, whatever, now had to pay the money over and above what the school board had said as their top. And we know that other school boards are setting caps. You said that yourself. So I'm asking, what in this bill, I feel like this bill is just going to throw the door wide open for abuses like this, or the abuses that Representative Alboni spoke of. I mean, one of the things we found with the EFAs was that the vast majority of people that took the advantage of the vouchers were people who were already sending their kids to private or parochial schools, and it in fact increased what the state's burden was, tax burden, and essentially through the resources of taxpayers at some level, began. So I'm really afraid to open the door to this. I feel like it's opening Pandora's door to either go Representative Balboni's way or Representative Damon's way from Croydon. So right now, I assume the reason we have to have that is that doing that is illegal through the AG's office. And you said it was a gray area. So I'm assuming the reason we have this is to codify it so that there's no gray area left.
That's what we're trying to do, is codify this. This is occurring throughout the state. And when you talk about Croydon, yeah, you've tuitioned before with Newport, you've tuitioned with Sunapee, you've tuitioned with KUA, you've tuitioned with the Montessori school. All those options have been available, but it's up to your local board to make that decision. This is not going to change the costs of doing business at all beyond what the cost is for that anchor school. We'll call it the anchor school. Whatever that tuition rate is, that's what you're going to be paying for your students. And you're responsible for all students basically living in your district. If somebody wants to come back to public school, I'd welcome them to come back to public school.
When we say, when you give that little explanation, and I look at what has happened in Croydon, is there a provision in there that at least one of the schools that has to be fully paid for so that the student gets a free and adequate public education has to be a public school?
It has to be a school that's approved by your local board. And what we have here is that there has to be at least one school that provides the options that you're looking for.
I can't support this unless we have specifically in there, based on my personal experience and the experience of the citizens of Croydon, that it be that the tuition can be no lower than at least an option for a public school that provides a free and adequate education, be it the public charter school or the public school.
And that's what this bill says.
No, it doesn't. I don't think.
Further questions, Representative Damon?
Thank you. Following up on Representative Tanner's discussion around Croydon, which is where I live, but also noting that there are many towns, including at least 2, 3 others in my district that this applies to. So I think this is it's a pretty substantive bill in terms of the number of communities and towns that it would impact. I do not read this to say that the town would be obligated for the school that is the anchor school to be a public school. And that does concern me. I'm going to follow Chairman Ladd's example and use a specific example. So Croydon has K-4. Many of our 5th through 8th graders go to the Montessori school in Newport, which is a wonderful school, wonderful education, well respected. It is less than $10,000 tuition per year. The kids who don't go there mostly go to Newport, some go to Sunapee. And in either of those schools, it's now in the ballpark of $19,000, $20,000 a year. The way I read this bill, the town of Croydon could decide that the anchor school for 5th to 8th graders, because the Montessori ends at 8th grade, is the Montessori school, and there is no option for parents to go to public school without paying. And they'd be paying, give or take, $10,000 out of pocket per student per year. I totally agree that it needs to specify that there is a public school option that the cap is based on.
Representative Ladd.
If you read on line 5, which is already current law, if there is no public school for the child's grade in the resident district, the school board may contract with another public school in another school district or with any private school that has been approved as a school tuition program by the school board. So that is existing. When you're talking about Sunapee, Sunapee said, we're going to take this kid, but not that kid. They were very specific of who was going to go to their school. Newport was your anchor school. And so a student there would definitely have the ability to go and receive an opportunity for an adequate education for all the grades they're in at Newport. They may not have received that in some other school, but those were our options. And the option here is that, you know, if you wanted that, you would send them to Newport. The same thing here. If you want the option in for example, Piermont, you have the option of sending them either to Rivendell, to Woodsville, or to Oxbow, or up to the time that the tuition cap was increased and went a little bit over. And thank goodness the headmaster up at St. J Academy, and when I worked with them, said, we will try to work with your students that are currently involved. And the board did work with them on that. But because it's a little higher, the parents are now saying, can we continue to have our students, you know, go there? Some of it is a result of like in Landaf, where they go to profile. They only go there because the adult in the family works there, and it makes it easier on the parent. I can't understand why there is an issue with this. This is occurring basically in many school districts around the state right now, and it's one which is in the best interest of the student.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, both Mr. Chairs. I understand what you read that is the current law, and I agree that this is happening already in a lot of schools, towns. However, what is also happening right now, again using the Croydon example, is that our current school board does not want to pay what Newport is charging. Sunapee is actually less than Newport now. And so they are trying to make it so that they will cap tuition at a level that will not accommodate the public school. I don't see how this bill addresses that, because in the new part, the line 13 to 15, it does not specify public school. So it could be a private school that would be the town's anchor school, and I don't think that's okay.
Yes.
But that is current law. The private school is in current law here. And the reference to Croydon, it says with any private school that has been approved as a school tuition program, the local board has the responsibility to ensure that every student they have has an opportunity to an adequate education. And that would be one of the criteria that they'd have to do if that private school were the only anchor or the only school they had an agreement with. They would have to provide the opportunity for an adequate education. And of course, they would have to do it at the amount of money that the local board was going to approve. If not, the local board, as a K through 6 or K8, would have to seek a high school, a public school, or another school in the state which would meet what they're trying to do. Using the issue of Croydon, I can't accept what that Croydon board did, cutting the budget in half from $1.8 million to less than half of that. That is an issue that could have been brought up and litigation brought forward saying you're not providing an opportunity for an adequate education. I'm sure there are people going down that road. That situation occurred in Croydon. I can't tell you another school district in the state that's done that. Croydon went off the deep edge. And so let's not compare this to Croydon. Let's compare it to what's going on through all these other schools that have to tuition because they just don't have the grades at levels there, and they have to take either the nearest school or the nearest several schools to get and offer parents what they're looking for in the for the programming. As long as one of those schools is an anchor school, fine.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, the two things that, thank you. Can you just explain to me, and I appreciate your going into this bill in detail. If nothing changed from what the current law is, if the bold was not there, nothing changed, how would this change it?
Well, right now, we don't have it happening right here, but on any given day, there might be 4 different attorneys sitting out here in the audience, and we get 4 different answers. At least. And what you have, if you have attorneys giving advice, legal counsel to the local board. The local board always has some attorney in the background giving them advice. The advice from this attorney may be, you can't do that because you're discriminating against the parents that can't afford to do this. Others are saying, well, you are providing the opportunity for that student to go to school A, which is the anchor school, which has all the things the child needs, special education, etc. So, but you have other districts saying you just can't do this because we don't think it's above the table. So what we have now is we have different towns doing different things, and we're trying to legalize what's doing here by statute and saying you may pay it yourself, school district, the difference, or you may ask the parent to pay the difference, but you must provide an alternative option for the parent where they want to have this education and they don't have to pay a dime.
Oh,
Yes, to Representative Milo, if I may.
Representative Marlowe, let me go to Representative Dry, who has a question for the chair, I think.
I'm sorry. That's all right.
Thank you. There are 2 private high schools that are serving as public high schools right now, Co Brown and Pinkerton Academy. And there is
They're
no,
independent schools.
yeah, independent schools. So they are not public schools. Is that correct? So but those are the high school for those, for that area.
Their governance is different than a school district.
Okay, so would they fit under the definition we're trying to expand it to, that they needed to have a public anchor school? These towns wouldn't be meeting that criteria then?
I'm not.
Go ahead, Representative.
I believe that some time ago, both Co-Brown and Pinkerton work by the Labor Board, where they were determined to be public schools because they are basically funded through public dollars. They may have an academy. There used to be a series of academies across the state, and over the years, the term academy was dropped. But the Labor Board, I think it was late 80s, there was a question about collective bargaining and whether or not they could be organized. And it was determined that they could be organized because they are in fact public entities paid through public money. So even though they may have an academy at the end of it, they are in fact public schools.
Well,
Representative Ladd.
just so we get some clarification on that. St. Johnsbury Academy and Pinkerton Academy are similar independent schools, which they do not have a school board. They have trustees, which are appointed and elected by the trustees. They do receive public dollars via the tuition. In the case of St. Johnsbury Academy, it's a school of roughly around 1,000 kids, which 240 come from all over the world, and they pay the tuition and board. The other students come from, a lot of them, a huge number come from New Hampshire, from Monroe, from Littleton, from Bath, from Piermont, from Lyme. They come from down from Quebec to go to St. J. They come from as far over as Montpelier. And these students come in, the 600 plus of them, close to 700, are day students paid for by their sending district. And that's very similar. St. Johnsbury, with the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, they're the ones that go down and accredit Pinkerton, and Pinkerton people come up and accredit St. J. They're very closely aligned, the two schools.
Representative Woodcock, back to you.
Pinkerton also has a contract with Chester for all of its students, secondary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask if Representative Milo would allow for a Democratic caucus, please.
I was going to call for that.
Would you like to break now?
If we're through with the conversation, yes.
Oh, were there any comments further before Representative Tanner?
I would like to know the difference between a private school, a school for tuition, and a public school in terms of what their requirements are by the state to provide comprehensive, adequate education.
Thank you. Any further comment before we caucus?
Can I get an answer to that?
Both the schools we're talking about here, Pinkerton and St. J, are approved by the Departments of Education. They're also accredited through the same accrediting organization. They provide all the services that you would provide at Newport.
Right, those two schools, but a school that's tagged as a school for tuition purposes, what is the minimum standards for that school?
That's spelled out in statute under the tuition program which we have, that's approved by the local board. That's a local decision.
Whether they're adequate or not, aren't they approved by the State Board of Education for tuition purposes? And if so, it was my understanding that
There are requirements which they're required to have. If you look in the statute, you're going to see they have to have certain requirements, but they are only approved by the local board as a tuition school. As a tuition school.
Okay, the State Board doesn't certify them? Or doesn't say that they are acceptable as a tuition school?
Right. Representative Petronell.
Well, I have the RSA underneath this one, which is 193.37, and they have the school has to be approved as a tuition school program, which means the school's been approved and contracted by the school board. And then it goes on, a private school that receives tuition program students shall. And then there's a whole list of requirements under that.
Yeah, we put that in the law good 8 years ago.
Was there some clarification?
I apologize. Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. And I apologize because I do not have a copy of this amendment in front of me. I haven't read it, so I'm a little bit speaking off the cuff, but I feel like the intent of this original bill has somehow got lost in the, thank you so much, Representative, in the translation of this conversation, so now even I'm confused. So I wanted to try to just, I guess, put some context around what I thought the original intention was, and then try to weave in what I think some of the questions are about this bill. So I will use Candia as an example for, as Candia is a K-8 school district, they have tuition agreements with Pinkerton Academy, Raymond High School, Central High School in Manchester, and Memorial in Manchester. All of those 4 high schools, the school board has a written tuition agreement with each of those high schools. The tuition at each of those high schools in those agreements are different amounts of money. So the cost to go to Pinkerton that the Candia School District would pay to Pinkerton is a different amount than what the Candia School District would pay to Raymond High School if a student chooses to go to Raymond. However, all 4 of those agreements are entered into between the receiving schools and the Candia School District. So if I'm a student in Candia and I'm done with 8th grade and I choose to go to Pinkerton Academy, that costs X amount of dollars. And then I'm a student who wants to go to Raymond, that costs a different amount, and Central costs a different amount, and Memorial costs a different amount. So when I'm a district administrator trying to budget for the next however many years, I'm calculating my tuition line item based off of how many kids I think I have going to Pinkerton, because I'm still, as Candia, responsible for those students. I'm projecting out how much I think that cost is going to be for the next 4 years for the students that we have at the time. My original understanding of this bill was that if I'm a Candia student who's currently going to Raymond, and I decide my sophomore year I now want to go to Pinkerton, I have that option as a Candia student. However, I've been budgeted at the Raymond amount. So now, if Pinkerton's tuition agreement that we have is more money, my understanding of what I thought this bill was that the district could not say to the parent, hey, your kid cost X amount of dollars, then that's what I've planned for. Now you want to go to Pinkerton, that's on you. The difference between whatever Raymond was and Pinkerton. That the intent of this bill was that districts could then say, okay, we understand that you want to switch it up for whatever the reasons are, and we will absorb that cost because these are all tuition agreements that we have offered to all Candia students. I understand the concern, I think, listening to the conversation, that maybe the way this is worded would change that intent. And I think from what I've heard going around in the last few minutes, the question would be, you couldn't say to the parent, there's no option for your kid to stay at Raymond, or there's no option for your kid to access any of these because they all cost more money. And so therefore we're not going to let your child go to any of these. And you can't take I don't believe, take the money as a parent that I had going to Raymond and then just use it as a voucher to go to any other school. These would not be individual student agreements. These are tuition agreements that the school board is entering into with other schools. And in order to be an approved program by the local school board, the school board is accepting responsibility and has the obligation to ensure that those students are getting a free, appropriate public education at all of the programs that they approve. You can't approve a program that doesn't meet the minimum standards as a school board. You can't approve some private school that doesn't agree to meet all of the federal obligations and state obligations that as a school board you're mandated to provide to your students. So I don't know that that really clears up the concerns that are floating around about the amendment, because I haven't had time to really process that, but I feel like it's very confusing at this point. What is the intent?
Representative Ladd.
That's exactly what happened with the situation I'm talking about in Piermont. During the pandemic, students in Piermont, 8th graders, did not have the opportunity to go visit these receiving schools. They did it online visitations. So of the 4 students, 3 of them for St. J, 3 of them opted to go to St. J now. One of them decided to go to Bradford High School over in Vermont, Oxbow. Got there, went through as a freshman, found out this is not what I want or what I thought, and had never had the opportunity to be there before. Came back and said, I'd like to go with the other students which are in my class from 8th grade to St. J. In the interim, though, the contract agreement with St. J went up. This is where we are. We're at the point now where the Piermont board is saying, well, we don't have that. And we don't know if we can allow you to pay that $500 or $1,000 difference. And parents saying, I will gladly do that if I can get them going with the other 3 students, seeing that there's transportation, we can carpool, it'll work out just fine. That is what happened. And that's what we're trying to avoid from happening again with this language here.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think, I will say though, from a school board perspective, when you're entering into a tuition agreement with another school for these kinds of reasons, there are many times where schools that you are sending students to, that you're tuitioning kids to, will raise the tuition cost. As part of your agreement, it would be reasonable to add in there that they can't just switch the cost mid-year or something like that. Those are built into your budget. You would need to work that into your contract between the school districts that you are working with as to how you're going to handle changes in tuition. I mean, it's not uncommon for tuitions to be changed while you're, mid-year, because districts, again, especially if you're tuitioning to other public schools, everyone's doing their budgets in October. If you know your Central High School is going to increase their tuition rate for students coming from Auburn, then they're going to say, hey, Auburn, we're increasing our tuition rates next year, just a heads up, so that everybody can budget for that for the upcoming budget. It's, a year, 2 years ahead. But that should be within your tuition agreement between the school boards.
A local decision of the local school board to put that in the agreement, rather than.
I would honestly, thank you for the question, Representative. I would have to go back and check and see if there is a specific statute that outlines what has to be in your tuition contract. I don't know offhand, honestly. That's really, Barrett would probably know that answer right off the top of his head, but I don't.
Any other questions for Becky? Representative Tanner?
So if a student wants to go to a school that's not in a tuition agreement with a local school district, then the school board has no responsibility.
Thank you for the question.
It would be the parent's responsibility.
If the school has approved programs that are approved, the school district, those are the choices. And if a parent would like to have their child enrolled somewhere else, they can withdraw from the school district and go enroll wherever the heck they want to be accepted. No different than any parent
take any money
can do
with
anytime, but there's no money associated
Right,
with
the school
that.
board has no obligation, or the town, to pay for that tuition.
No, not unless there was some, very obscure, special ed issue, some other issue that has nothing to do with tuition programs.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for your input. Representative Damon, do you have a?
Yes, one more. So and I appreciate your help. I'm just wondering what happens when a parent wants their student to go to a school that is not currently one of the designated ones that their town has a contract with. And the parent petitions the school board to say, I want this school approved. This is currently happening in 2 towns in my district. Is there any RSA or other criteria precedents for towns limiting the number of schools they will approve and contract with?
Thank you for the question. I don't know offhand that there is a limit. I do know that any school that the local school board approved would have to meet certain criteria, because the reason you're approving these schools is because you're saying you don't have a school that meets the minimum standards or that meets the appropriate, guidelines that are mandated upon schools to be able to provide an option to all students to have a free, appropriate public education at the minimum standard. So you're saying as a district, we don't have that. We're offering you these other options that do have that, and we're paying the tuition for that because we don't have it. So you would have to, I think, if you wanted a new school to be approved by your school board, somehow make a case that you're not offering that through any other opportunity. And most of the situations that it sounds like you've been talking about for the last half hour or so, those options exist within the school district already because they've already got these other tuitioned programs that they've agreed to. So you would have to somehow make a case that those weren't sufficient. I'll never say never on this committee, but it would be very unusual that you would make a tuition agreement for one student as opposed to all of your students as an option. If that makes sense.
These agreements which they have, these contracts, they're very competitive contracts. If in fact you have a school of 25 kids which are graduating, the receiving school may say, well, we're going to give you this rate if you can give us 60%, 70% or more of these students. The town like Piermont I'm talking about, and I wrote down on a sheet here earlier, some of the things they look at when they're approving these tuition programs. They look at the academic programming. They look at the performance of the outcomes of achievement of that receiving school. They look at graduation rates. They look at special education services. They look at co-curricular activities. They look at the issue of transportation. They look at, even in some of them, for example, one reason why a lot of the kids in Piermont would go to Oxbow is that is where our Career Technical Education Center is located. It's just like the kids in Colebrook, they go across the river to Canaan, or down, some go to Brattleboro. And they also look, of course, at the tuition costs. If they can get a big break, that's where they're going to, that's going to be their primary school. And that's what's happening up there right now where I am. There's between Warren, which is in SAU 23, they're trying to say, well, we want to send our kids to Woodsville because they're getting a better rate. And there's others saying, oh, no, we're going to send them to Rivendell. And there's other parents saying, no, they're going to go down to Plymouth. And so this is always going to be the way it is in all these districts. There's going to be a lot coming in from parents saying, here's where I want my kid to go. But the board has the responsibility in writing these contracts to look at all these issues I just mentioned, along with the costs of that. And that's the bottom line, usually the costs.
Representative, wrap it up with.
Sure, I just have one more question. So, with the tuition agreements that, for example, Candia has, there is no, out of the schools that they've identified, there's no school that a parent couldn't send their student to that wasn't fully covered by the local taxes and our adequate education grants. In other words, there would be no school that they would have to pay extra money in order to send their student there, unless there was like a fee for basketball or something like that, right?
Thank you for the question. To my understanding, yes, there would be no, it's not a tiered option, so to speak. It's not like, you get this amount of money and you chose this school, but if you don't like, that you can't go to one of the other approved schools. They're all approved schools and school programs by the local school board. So there should not be any additional cost. And many of these contracts, it is a different tuition cost for students who are eligible for special education, for example, that are getting services. That tuition cost might cover some of those things, so that cost might be different, but none of that would be shifted back down onto the family. And again, I think the confusion seems to be around the amendment in terms of what else you could do with this money other than you're entering in. It's between school districts and other school districts, not parents and school districts.
Representative.
Catastrophic aid, you mentioned this, the special education is the responsibility of the resident district. regardless what the tuition school is, tuition school is not going to pay for that. It's going to be the sending school. That's in statute.
Thank you very much for your
You're
assistance.
welcome, thank you.
Are there any other comments from the committee, questions from the committee? If not, perhaps we can look to our clerk.
You wanted the caucus.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you wanted to caucus. Yep,
We'll caucus in the office.
okay.
Caucus.
We're going to caucus for a few minutes. I'll alert Jen.
Well, going.
Took a little longer than we expected. For everyone's information, as soon as we finish with House Bill 275, we'll break for lunch, 45-minute lunch.
We hope to be back here and start at 1 o'clock, depending upon when this bill stops.
Right. Any further discussion from the committee?
On the amendment?
Yes. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, Madam Clerk.
For adopting the amendment on HB 275. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
You forgot me.
Yep, Patty.
Cornell.
I'm so sorry.
That's
Okay, see, we need lunch break, don't we?
No.
I thought, okay, so Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadin.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays. I think I called those to sir.
Okay, the 10-10, correct?
10-10.
So we have a motion on the table of ought to pass. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, looks like everyone's ready for lunch. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadin.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Further motion? Tanner.
Like to make a motion for ITL.
Second?
Second.
Second by Representative Luno. Discussion, Representative Tanner, anything? Okay, everybody's good? Ready for the vote? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadin.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay. Looks like we're at no recommendation for House Bill 275. Tanner will do the ITL, and Representative Ladd will do the ought to pass.
Thank you very much. What we'll do right now, we will Okay, as a point of information for the committee, I have scheduled at noontime here on March 27th, that's a Monday, at 10 o'clock, the Legislative Oversight Committee for Improvement and Assessment. And that's at 10 o'clock in the morning. At 1 o'clock, the Higher Education Study Committee will be meeting at 1 o'clock, both of which will be in this room, 207, on the 27th. The first meeting that I just mentioned is on the 27th at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's the Legislative Oversight Committee for Improvement and Assessment. On the 27th, that's a Monday.
10
at 10 o'clock. And then in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, another statutory committee, the Higher Education Study Committee, will meet. And on which one?
Higher ed.
Oh, wow. The higher ed, I'd have to go check right now because we have two senators that have changed. Ruth Ward's on it, I know. I'm on it. You're on it. Oliver Ford's on it, higher ed.
Was it Moffett?
No, I think that Moffett was replaced by Oliver North because Moffat's no longer.
You said Oliver North.
Really? You know, I did know Ollie too. That's bringing back a lot of the Vietnam stuff, and you know, I knew that, and I knew the colonel worked with him. Okay, so going on here, yeah, you don't want to know my background. No. And I don't want to tell anybody either. HB 349, relative to a special purpose school district for Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groton. So I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli so I can make a motion, and I'll take it back after I've, gone through that.
Great. Thank you, and I'll call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make the motion of OTP on HB 349.
Second?
Second.
Second by Representative Ford. Discussion from the chairman.
Okay, just for some background, so everybody is there on the same page as we are, I'm going to just read some background information for you so that you're aware of it. The Bridgewater Hebron Village District is a separate political subdivision created by statute in 1997 by the General Court and is comprised of the towns of Bridgewater and Hebron. This statute authorizes both towns to build and operate the Bridgewater Hebron Village School. So they are a village subdivision, a separate political subdivision, but they're not a school district, but they own their own school. Okay, going on. 3 elected commissioners oversee the school facility and grounds. The village district continues to own debt-free, the Bridgewater Hebron Village School building, surrounding athletic fields and furnishings. It leases the school to the Newfound Area School District for $1 per year. Teachers, staff, and curriculum management are provided by the Newfound Area School District. The school was built to alleviate overcrowding in SAU 4 at a multi-million-dollar cost to the taxpayers of Bridgewater and Hebron back in 1999. Since then, Bridgewater and Hebron are responsible for the maintenance, repair, and capital improvements associated with that facility. Bridgewater and Hebron students have been a minority among students enrolled in the school. Children from other towns within that SAU have always been welcome to attend. Going on quickly here, that this bill is designed to expand the legal status as a village district and explore over a 4-year period of time the establishment of 3-town special purpose school district. So we're looking at transforming this also into a school district. This is a multi-step process, and the first step is to hold a vote in Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groton to determine if our citizens want to establish a K-8 SAU. The intent of this bill is to improve educational outcomes for children with an innovative alternative to a traditional middle school. The goal is to reconfigure the village school to a K-8. That's the eventual goal that they're working towards. Studies have shown the fewer number of transitions children make before high school, the greater improvement of student performance. I can attest to that as a principal for a number of years over Maine of a K-8. Those K-8 students go through a situation like that where teachers work with each other at different levels. You oftentimes can talk to a fifth grade teacher, maybe talks with a sixth grade teacher. A sixth grade teacher said, "How did you ever figure Johnny out?" And fifth grade teacher said, "This is how I did it." And you learn from each other. That's one of the neat things about a K-8 school. You have a similar culture. There's less transition for students, and the students get to know each other well. That's both good and bad. But it's a situation that I would say it's the best organizational structure that I've ever had. I've had K-6s, I've had K-8s, I've had 3 through 6, I've had 4 through 6, and I've had middle school and high school. And the best fun I ever had was K-8. So they operate their own elementary school and tuition into the Newfound area district for grades 7 through 12. That's what they're aiming for. So that's a little bit about the background of what this bill is trying to do. They're trying to do this transition step from where they are, where they're not a school district right now, but they're also seeing when the students move from the K-8 into the middle school, the math achievement scores do drop and learning drops. I don't know the total reasons for that, but I'm sure that there are folks here that may know that. It's not that I don't want to say anything about what that, but I do know that in going this direction, they've assured me that whether there's a union there now, they can reform and do that. Teachers that are hired in the building right now will have the option to be hired in the building in the future. That's what they're looking at. There's not going to be any loss of personnel. The end result is that they want to have the ability to figure out tuitioning where they want students to go once they finish the elementary grades, K-8. And so that's where we are with the bill. I'd be glad to take any questions or answers on this. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ford, did you have anything to add? No, okay, thank you. Sorry. Would you like the gavel back, Mr. Chairman?
Is he going?
No.
Okay, I'll take it back from there and then are there any questions from the committee? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Chair Ladd, and thanks for that explanation. Without even looking at the merits of the proposal here, I have one question. Why is this proposal before us? Cannot the study that they're asking for, the 3 or 4 year study and the vote, why does this have to be a legislative action? I'm not looking at the merits. It's a procedural question that I'm asking.
Okay, would you mind if we get that technical advice from them?
That would be great. Thank you
So
very much.
would Mr. Ludi and Mr. Berry please come forward? I think you've met both of these individuals. That is Virginia Berry's husband, Commissioner of Education, and Bill Ludi from the area we're talking about.
So Representative Myler, at the hearing.
The mic.
Sorry, yeah. So at the hearing, we presented a legal analysis that essentially says that the legislature retains the authority over the formulation of public school districts. And that was done by the legal advisor for the Hebron Bridgewater Village District that we've had in place for about 22 years now.
Just a follow up then?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're saying that the study that that's proposed here, was it 3-year, 4-year study before you have a vote of, et cetera, that can't take place prior to any legislation, or do you need the enabling legislation?
Yes, sir.
To conduct that kind of a process?
That is correct, sir. Yes, we need enabling legislation. If you recall, in 1997, the legislature passed a statute to create the Bridgewater Hebron Village District. This is, as the chairman mentioned, this is a unique political subdivision. We have 3 elected commissioners. So our commissioners wanted to pursue enabling legislation to give our towns the opportunity to have a vote on whether or not we want to establish our own 3-town school district. And then our selectmen, according to the language in the bill, would appoint committees to study how we would go about doing that. And so this bill essentially is an enabling legislation to start that process, given our unique situation as a village district and we own our own school. As far as we know, there is no other towns in the entire state that has this unique legislative status as a village district.
So just as a follow-up then, so because it was initiated by the legislature, that's why you're here before
That is
us today?
correct. In other words, our legal advisor essentially said to us, there's a flaw in the original legislation. And what this enabling legislation does is correct that flaw and brings us into alignment with the village district. And once this enabling legislation is passed, then it's entirely up to our towns to decide whether or not we want to establish our own 3-town school district. And then the legislation was carefully written as a series of steps once that vote took place in order to achieve the creation of our own school district and our own SAU.
Thank you.
And was that the letter that you provided us during the hearing process from Dean Eggert, Wadley, Starr, and Peters here in Manchester?
That is correct. And his point was, and for full stipulation here, I am not a lawyer, all right, but we did hand out, and I read into the record during the hearing, this legal issue, and we had 20 copies of the letter available for all of the members here. But essentially what his legal opinion says is that you, the legislature, retain the authority to do this. And then secondly, he said, this bill corrects a unique flaw in the cooperative withdrawal process. And finally, he said, as a local act, this bill does not modify the general provisions pertaining to any other school district with the RSA 195 withdrawal process. So again, this is simply an enabling piece of legislation to allow our 3 towns to expand on that statute in 1997, creating the village district with our 3 elected commissioners, and move to a full school district in SAU. And we presented testimony during the hearing on why we think that's not only good for education outcomes, but it's good for parents, it's good for local control, and we certainly hope that we'll get your support.
Are there further questions for either? Yes, Representative Luno.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here today. And I know it's been a long morning here as well. But this is a rather unique type of bill to come before the committee, and I do have a couple of questions if the chair would indulge me on this.
Go ahead.
The first one is, I guess, is there opposition within the Newfound Area School District to the withdrawal of Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groton? And will a withdrawal be predicated on a vote by the full Newfound Area School District?
So the answer to your questions, Representative Luno, is that this is just my own personal view, that there's a mixed reaction throughout the school district. But in our 3 towns, 254 people signed in support of this bill during the testimony. and there were 4 opposed. So just based on that sort of rudimentary, indication of whether or not there's support in our 3 towns, there is. It's unknown to me. There's tremendous support in our 3 towns for this.
Clearly.
And our selectmen, all 9 selectmen were here at the committee hearing and testified, I think, quite eloquently about why this makes sense, not only from this unique legal status that we have and the fact that we own our own school,
Right.
but also we have a 300 square mile school district. It's huge. And our 3 towns are on the north end of it. And a lot of the testimony that our citizens gave to your committee a few weeks ago said, our kids spend 2.5 hours on a bus. And we could cut that down by making a smaller school district so our kids wouldn't have to drive by a middle school, waving at the middle school and to go another 30 minutes to get to school. So I can't answer your question about because we haven't done any polling, if you will, about what the other towns think, but this bill would require just the votes of our 3 towns.
So just to be clear, Mr. Chair, this is more than enabling legislation. In lines 6 through 8 on the first page, the towns of Bridgewater, Hebron, Groton are hereby authorized to withdraw from the Newfound Area School District and establish a public school district comprised of the geographical limits of the aforementioned 3 towns, period. So does that provision in here complete the withdrawal of these 3 towns from a legal standpoint? Does it complete the authorization of the withdrawal of these 3 towns from the Newfound Area School District without a vote at a meeting of the Newfound Area School District and all the towns that comprise it?
Line 14 says and this is after the line that you quoted, sir. The creation of this new public school district shall be contingent upon a majority vote in each of the 3 towns.
Right.
At their annual meeting.
And I've got that underlined as well. So that's not the withdrawal. That's the next step. That's the creation of the district. And the vote is only from the people that reside, voters in those 3 towns.
That's correct.
Not voters throughout the Newfound Area School District.
Correct.
So my concern, and it's a deeply held concern, and this comes out of my commerce time, Mr. Chair, is that these 3 towns are currently in an agreement with the Newfound Area School District. And this bill is having legislative action to essentially interfere with that agreement. And I'm not arguing on the, as Representative Myler said, I think the case you're making is strong for the 3 towns to withdraw. But I'm wondering, I'm really concerned if this will serve as precedent for state government to get involved with private
May I answer that question?
Yeah.
According to our legal advisor, and I read this into the record. Let me go through it again.
And I apologize, I wasn't here during the hearing.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I understand.
Meeting, so.
And I'll be happy to provide you with a copy of this legal analysis that might help answer the questions better than I can do. But aside from the legislature retaining the authority to do this, it essentially says this is a local act. It does not modify the general provisions pertaining to other cooperative school district withdrawal process. And the reason that this is the case is this is a very unique set of facts. We have a statute that created a village district. We've been leasing, we built our own school. Cost about, $8 million back in 2000?
It costs about 5 at that time.
Right. We have a separate line item on our town's tax bill that, where you have your local property tax, your statewide education property tax, and the third line item is village district tax. and we tax our citizens to the tune of $175,000 to $200,000 a year, just Bridgewater and Hebron, not the other 5 towns in the school district, to take care of repair, maintenance, and capital improvements. We've built a greenhouse, industrial greenhouse. We've put new roofs on, new boilers. The Newfound Area School District pays for the custodial services in their larger contract, but our citizens are taxed and pay for the upkeep and capital improvements of the school. So if I may quote from our legal advisor, at first blush, there may be reluctance on the part of some to adopt this bill due to the fact that it creates a more nuanced withdrawal process. However, this bill applies to a local situation where a separate municipality owns the building in which the children are educated. It is not capable of repetition and represents a truly unique set of facts. That's the best way I can answer your question,
Yeah, and
Representative Leno.
Yeah, no, thanks, and I guess,
Yeah, no, wait.
short of, well, I guess it sounds pretty clear to me that the involvement of Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groveton in the Newfound Area School District isn't working out for the people in those 3 towns, and the students too. And so long bus rides, we spend a lot of money maintaining a school that's used for K-5 for the district, right? For the district, including kids that live in other towns, and that essentially, I mean, what appears to me, and again, I sympathize with your case, but I can't separate this from essentially an ask of the legislature to intervene with an existing cooperative agreement between each of the 3 towns and the Newfound Area School District. And while I respect Dean Eggert's his paragraph at first blush on this, and Dean's been our attorney in Hopkinton from time to time too, and my wife's an attorney, so or a lawyer, so I understand what lawyers do. That I guess I'm not. I don't understand why this situation is any different than any other cooperative school district agreement by virtue of the legality of the agreement itself, and not by the situation of owning a school. It's K-5, we pay for all the operating costs, terms that may have sounded good back when you got into the agreement, but back in 97, but now have sort of worn thin, and I guess I don't see from Attorney Eggert's letter how the framework of the agreement is somehow different enough from the frameworks in other co-op agreements throughout the state that would require legislative action to essentially break the agreement, because that's what's happening in lines 6 through 8.
All right. May I make a comment? First, this is really good for kids, right off the bat. It was not a problem about having a vote of the school district when we turned around and suggested building a school and turning around and leasing it back to them. And they've had educational control, so we've had a very good separation of church and state. We don't want to run a school. However, what happens now is basically it's like a helicopter. You're at the same, and no one's going to change this unless we turn around and make some changes. We've wanted to work with the school district. We will continue to work with the school district in terms of being a separate district, but that's our home district. And so no one's going to turn around, and we have a history in the last 22 years of never, ever turning them down for anything they wanted in that school. Okay, and that will continue. And it won't be on a piece of paper, is because a little competition in this. Otherwise, we're going to turn around and we're going to have the same exact mold that we have presently, and nothing will move forward in these particular cases. And they're already, we've lost 500 kids, but at the time they were packed to the gills. And the solution we came up with, we couldn't get the other towns because of the way this 7-town district is pulling in different directions. We had no way of turning around and solving the overcrowding that was at the time. And so we came here because of that issue specifically. And we've turned around and done a really unique job here. And so all we're asking now is to continue that unique job. And you'll find that when the other towns see that you can turn around and have a K through 8, they will not vote for a K through 8. They've already turned us down 2 times. And it will continue to stay a K through 5. And in fact, we don't even know if they'll do that and pull kids out of the school. It isn't just that the other towns can come to the school. No, the district agreement that we have presently turns around as an addendum effectively, turns around and mandates that if our number of kids in our school drops in half, that school will always be full, because they'll come in from the other towns to turn around and bust them in from, say, Bristol, the next door neighbor, or from Alexandria. So it is not an evil thing. It doesn't have anything that's going to have anybody else to turn around and try to supersede any of the authorities in any other district. But at the very beginning, we stepped outside of our agreements. And if you can find any communities that have stepped outside of their agreements voluntarily to do this. But I can tell you that if we just turn around and go back and ask to do anything, it comes down to basically just one size fits all. And it will not change. And it's the other thing here is no one's going to get hurt by this. And the ones that will benefit will be the children.
Representative Leno, again, Dean couldn't be here today because he was in court, so I'm sort of at a disadvantage in trying to explain his legal reasoning here. But paragraph 2 in the letter is the best that I can do. Your question about the larger cooperative school district, he says that this corrects a unique flaw in the cooperative withdrawal process because the nature of our separate political entity. There's no other place in the state that has a village district that built and owns and operates its own school, maintenance-wise and repair-wise, and has 3 elected commissioners. So he thinks that this bill will correct that flaw and realign us with the statutes that are for cooperative school districts. All right. And by rearranging our relationship with the Bridgewater Hebron Village District, that 3 commissioners that are elected for certain number of terms, 2 and 3 and 4 year terms. That's the best explanation I can give to your answer. And it's unfortunate that he's in court today because I think he would have been able to expound a little bit more on that. But paragraph 2, I think, is an attempt to answer your question.
Mr. Ludi, back in 1997, when HB 436 then identified this special village district, was there any discussion done that you may know? I see Senator Rubens was there, and he's still around, but was there any discussion regarding maybe making it also a school district at the same time?
Not at that time.
Not at that time. Okay. Is there anything in this legislation that's going to be detrimental to Newfound?
No.
No, we don't think so. It's because we own our own school, there's going to be no settlement of assets and liabilities. We don't have to buy our school back. And we presented testimony, Representative Leno, at the hearing, where we have actually an elected budget, Newfound Area School District budget official behind me, and then the Bridgewater elected budget committee person presented a budget issue or the economic aspects of this by saying we're simply going to shift the cost, the operational cost, to our 3 towns. I believe the budget person who testified said that right now our three towns are 15% of the student population in the greater Newfound Area School District, and we represent about 16% of the cost. So we've thought this through very carefully, and if we're allowed to create our own school district to correct that deficiency that Dean Eggert pointed out, that flaw, then there's little to no cost to the Newfound Area School District. In fact, there's an opportunity for them because we would have to enter into tuition agreements to send our high school kids to Newfound or Plymouth. And we have approximately 47 high school kids. That would equate to, if you use 19,500, that would create a revenue stream for a Newfound Area School District of about $800,000 a year. We also have in the bill that we would enter into service contracts with the Newfound Area School District because we would be a smaller school district geographically and with student enrollment, where we would pay them to handle all of our back office work. And we know from our, Hebron has 500 people, folks. It's a small little town. Groton has about the same, and I think Bridgewater has about 1,000. So it's a small community, and we know, and our citizens know that we would have to, in fact, raise taxes to do this. We want to put an addition on the school. We think it would cost us about $1 million, $1.5 million. The school was built in 2000 with expansion in mind. The plumbing is already in the ground. There's 2 boilers. All the HVAC is, the plumbing is ready to go. So our citizens are willing to raise taxes to put an addition on the school to create a K through 8. Again, for all the education reasons that our people who came and testified a few weeks ago on why a K through 8 is a good idea. So we're willing to foot the cost for all this, but we need something to enable this to happen. Because we're, as Selectman Murphy said, we're in a situation now, this unique situation where we not only own our own school, but we have this political subdivision. What we're simply trying to do is expand on that to create a official school district.
Mr.
Representative Luno?
Yeah, thank you. You just mentioned that that if you were separate districts, and you certainly wouldn't, you'd have a K-8 solution within the district, but you'd need a 9 to 12 high school solution, and one of those could be tuitioning back to the Newfound Area School District High School at a cost of maybe around $800,000. How much currently are the 3 towns contributing revenue-wise, so local property tax-wise, to the Newfound district?
What's the question you have?
No,
You wanted to know how much each town contributes?
Yeah, just sort of roughly, yeah.
Oh, there's an ADM system. It's 100% ADM. So there's no property values associated with it.
That's in your agreement, articles of agreement?
Well, there's this party?
That's in the articles of agreement per pupil is all based on ADM?
Yes.
So Representative Lenote, and if I hear your question correctly, if you take our local property tax, the statewide education property tax, and then the separate tax that Bridgewater and Hebron have to maintain the school, we have 48 students, and that equates to about $21,769,000 per student that we contribute to the Newfound Area School District. Bridgewater is about $19,285, and Hebron, Groton is about $13,000, $14,000. So that's how much we currently contribute.
So it's a lot more than $800,000 in the aggregate for these 3
It could be,
towns.
that 800,000, it depends on what the tuition agreement would be. It could be $1 million that we would have to enter into a tuition agreement, and our towns are fully willing to do that. If we can create our own school district.
Do you know if the Newfound Area School District currently has any debt?
I think they're out of debt.
So there's
And
no,
even if they weren't, we would be obligated to turn around and pay that portion off.
And
They did a it's quite a while ago now, so it should have been amortized by now. They turned around and did some upgrades in their heating systems across all their schools and then bonded it out in 20 or 30 years. I think it's all paid for, but even if that wasn't the case, we would turn around and that would be our obligation to pay that off. What effectively this does is to turn around and make a 7-member board a 4 and a 3-member board. And by that, you're making the decision-making a little cleaner and easier to work with. You know how hard it is and just getting agreements in committees when they're large. And they also have different points of view because we're so far apart. So this improves decision-making. It improves the ability to turn around and try a different model. And as that different model, and I believe it'll be successful, would turn around and motivate the other towns to do different things. When we moved into this agreement, schools went up. And the scores are significantly high in the school, and it's helped the elementary schools and pull up their stuff. So there's been no negative downturn on this at all. So in terms of past history, and there's no intention for us, quite frankly, I'm the one that says, I don't think anybody wants to run a school. It's very, very difficult, very complicated to run a school. But they've done a really good job in a physical plant. And all we want to do is facilitate that and move forward without hurting anybody else. And no one is going to get upset.
And that I think is obviously the sense of concern that we have, not being feet on the ground, on what's going on here. Any sense as to what and I know I'm getting down to the weeds, and I apologize for the members of the committee and Mr. Chair. Equalized property valuations per pupil and how that may be different across, and I don't even know how many member towns there are in the Newfound School District. But for example, this committee has heard testimony about how when cooperative districts, many cooperative districts were originally formed, many of the districts included some towns with high property values, along with some towns with low property values, and that was designed to make public school more affordable to all of the towns involved. So when we're talking about withdrawal from a district, I'm wondering about what's being withdrawn and what's left, and what that does to property taxes in the communities that are left. And I for one would want to see a much more detailed analysis.
We've already done that.
Yeah, no,
but I'm just saying that we just had a review of the property tax system through the towns. And we set up a separate study committee for that. Study committee came back with effectively no decision because the current one is the fairest one that we could come up with, which is everyone pays between $19,000 to $21,000 in spite of the valuations around. If I was to ask which has the biggest valuation, it would actually be the adjoining town of Bristol. But if I asked people who's the richest town around that can turn around and support them, they'd say it would be Bridgewater or Hebron because of the tax rate differences. So even because of tax rate differences, the tax rate is lower in Bridgewater and Hebron, but the tax base in Bristol is quite a bit higher. But in general, that we already reviewed that in the study committee that was brought up, and we just finished back in August, and a report was put out. So that as far as will it have an impact on the Newfound Area School District? It will have no financial impact whatsoever. Peanuts.
So no tax impact.
Not a bit.
And Representative Leno, on your earlier question on tuition agreements, currently the Newfound High School has a capacity for 500 students. 320 are enrolled right now, and while 40 of that 320 are the high school kids from our town. So there's a big hole there. And we have said in all of our, we've spoken to, we provided point papers, data, analyses to our 3 school board members from Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groton. And we think that by going to this, having this legislation to help us move along, we do it in complete cooperation with the Newfound Area School District. We had a budget person come in with the analysis during the hearing and saying there's little to no cost, economic cost to the Newfound Area School District. And the education outcomes we know from studies about K through 8 are just, huge. So this piece of legislation will help us start the ball rolling, and we fully intend to work in total cooperation with the Newfound Area School District if this legislation is passed. And that's why there's a 4-year period and so many steps that you have to go through. So that's where we are. We've done a lot of the analysis already, but the bill will actually authorizes our selectmen in our 3 towns to set up committees, right? To take the data that we've already done to try to have this best outcome for our kids. And then they will expand on that step by step according to this piece of legislation. I hope that helps.
Yeah, well, I'm certain that the 3 towns are going to do a very competent and solid job of that. I'm worried about what happens in the other towns, and I'm sorry, I missed what your role. Are you with?
I was appointed by my town to serve on the study committee that looked at the apportionment formula. Then the district commissioners asked me to continue that work because of the knowledge that I gained from serving on that committee for 7 months, to continue to assist in this legislative effort.
Okay, and this legislation here, was this developed in collaboration with let's say the superintendent and the business administrator at Newfound Area?
The chain of command here, if you will, I'm a retired naval officer, was the village district commission.
Yep.
Took this upon themselves to ask to start the legislative relief.
So has this committee heard?
Well, let's
Yeah,
you're getting a dialogue going.
Yeah, I know, I appreciate it.
Yeah. So
Can I make one comment? We ended up in 2 different occasions in the last 20 years to ask to turn around and convert the school to a K through 8. And both, and the second one was in terms of a withdrawal. We withdrew from the whole idea because there was a possibility that the other school, the kids from the other towns that presently come to that school, they would not come, which we found that kind of unusual. But at that time, we withdrew from it because the history has been a really good relationship. There's no reason to turn around and think that this is going to hurt anybody. We will not be able to go to K through 8. I've been a selectman for 45 years. God only knows how I did that, but anyways, and the commissioner on this thing, this gives people some choice. It's not at the expense of anybody else, and if it was at the expense of anybody else, I wouldn't be here right now. It's going to be neutral. We had no reason to turn around and have to step outside the contract or the initial charter. They already have another school district in this, which is the Hill School District, that stepped away from Franklin, and then they tuition into the 6th through 12th grade in Newfound Area School District. So this is not something and in fact, they're trying to get them to join apparently, but I don't know what the politics of that are. There is nothing that has ever gone on in this that has turned around a bit at the expense of another town, ever. This legislation was crafted just to do the exact same thing, not to impact negatively either education-wise or cost of taxes or anything else, so that we can turn around and move forward and be a leader in the education business. And it gives parents some choice. And if we have open seats and somebody doesn't want to go to the middle school, they can turn around and certainly have the option of come here. And the best model would be the SAU model right now. When you're a single school district, is basically that there is no SAU board. The SAU board and the cooperative school board are joined. This would give us the opportunity to turn around and make a 2-school district board. Then you would have 3 people from each side being on the SAU board for administrative costs. There's no sense for us to turn around and try to reinvent the wheel of the talented people who turn around and represent and work in the school district itself. Okay, the superintendent or the business managers or the people that do the payroll, the union contracts and so on. No one's going to lose their jobs. No kid's going to get pushed out and so on. This is very benign.
Do you have any questions?
I do. I was looking back in my notes at the hearing, and Superintendent Kuchar, in his testimony, said that that this particular bill had never been presented to him or the school board. Has that been resolved? Have you had meetings since then that has resolved? It seemed like there was some real animosity there, at least in my notes.
They've had all of the information that we gave them. They've had no meetings on it.
Yeah, all of the point papers that we developed from the Village District Commission have been distributed to all the current 7-member school board. And so I think everyone is sort of waiting to see whether or not this legislation passes. All right. And then we all intend to work together to make this change the best way that we can.
What happens to this legislation in 4 years' time, nothing's happening?
We stay in the school district.
So this legislation goes away?
There's an expiration. My understanding from Dean is there's an expiration on this of 4 years.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I was looking through my notes as well. The only I remember distinctly, I wrote it twice, and maybe you can refresh because Representative Luna wasn't here. The superintendent from the town, from Newfound area, was the only one that spoke basically from the school district, and he was adamantly opposed. And I have some of his quotes, but I couldn't capture the exact reason why he's adamantly opposed. Can you just refresh me on that?
Well, over the last 22 years, we've had 5 superintendents, including him.
Okay.
So, you know, the problem with the school district is that the 7 towns tend to pull in different directions in there. He was aware, we tried to get him more aware of it, but the reality is that I don't know what his opposition is at this point in time, but basically it's easier to keep the same existing structure. This cooperative school district is easier to manage than, say, SAU 40H, which I was a consultant with for about 10 years on the technology stuff. You have one school board to deal with and so on, but Plymouth has multiple school boards that they have to work with and so on. But it puts the decision-making closer to the people in those adjoining towns. It's easier to pass legislation in the towns, so you turn around and pass budgets and so on, because they see it. You don't erase the identity of the town when you're sitting on a 7-member group. We have not only is it a large district, but it's also a significantly different socioeconomic background. So basically, it's very hard to get anything done in this thing. I mean, if we didn't step up to the plate to build a school back in 2000, they wouldn't have voted to turn around and expand and build a new building. Guaranteed. You know, that's just because the fact is that they seem to be supportive of their own school district, but he's only been in the business about 3 years or so in the job. But there's different personalities and different likes and dislikes. So for us to turn around and step out of the district and build the school and hand over the educational quality, they've done a terrific job. We're not going to turn around and upset that apple cart.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. I've been by the school and it's a beautiful school. Why is it that you all are willing to lease that facility, which is a wonderful facility, for $1 a year?
Well, why would we what?
He said it's a wonderful facility.
Wonderful facility. Why are you willing to lease this out to the Newfound School District at just $1 a year?
Seems like a good deal.
You must have a good heart.
Well, you know, we have an advantage in terms of tax base, and we basically stood up to the plate and said we should help out. And so, why would we turn around and build a school to put our kids in, even as a minority, and then turn around and try to charge them a much higher rate or try to amortize the cost of the building off of it? So, and we've been fairly clever in terms of building infrastructure over the years and paying for it as we go. So it just seemed to be the natural thing to do is, you know, we're not looking to take something from anybody, and that won't build good neighbors. If you turn around and try to, you know, we want to do this and it's at your expense. It hasn't been that way in 20 years and it will not happen. It's built into our contracts and so on. There are some limits in terms of some of these things, but for the most part, the only thing I think there was anything really major in it was the fact that when we transport kids, that we didn't want, you know, if, it'd be hard to sell the bond issue if I say, well, your child will go to the town of New Hampton school because they're closer. So we put in that clause that said they have to come here. And the only other clause that's changed over the last 20 some odd years was that if you have 15 kids in a classroom in New Hampton, Bristol, Danbury, and Danbury, and they're all at 15 we don't want 25 in a classroom. And that was put in there to turn around and say whatever the average is in all your other elementary schools, then the classroom structure should be about. And they might float up a little bit down there. We also took over all of the space facilities for preschool. We offered just recently to turn around and consider building another couple of classrooms on the building to accommodate kids with significant disabilities, developmental disabilities. So to turn around and make that work. So we're not going to, it's just sharing everything with everybody else.
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Are there further questions from the committee? Okay, yes, Representative Cascadden.
Just something that I'm struggling with a little bit, and I think I understand the whole request or the needs are. And we have laws in the books for withdrawal process, and if that law is not applicable to this type of situation, maybe there needs to be a law that is. What I'm uncomfortable with is that it's specific towns, and in thinking of the North Country, I think of the town of Milan and the Milan Village School in a similar situation. So if we agree to 3 towns, and then we get another request, is there any applicability? I mean, should I be concerned about that, or it
As the
just
sponsor of the
opens the
bill,
door?
there is a unique difference here, as it's been alluded to by both the men in front of us.
Well, I heard that.
By statute, we did this back in 1997.
Yeah.
And made them a special district. And whereas the towns you're talking about aren't that.
Okay.
This is the only place in the state of New Hampshire that is what they are. I can't think of any other, even in my own town, Woodsville, the only reason why we had a highway department for a village district is it was done by statutory law here in the House, in the Senate. But there's only a few places where that type of thing has occurred.
Okay.
And in this regard, this is the only place where this one is.
So then this law would undo that.
Well, this law is going to try to correct
what was done
what
before.
we have, and what appears was done 3/4 of the way and didn't go the other quarter by doing what they could. And then you really are a participant as a member in that SAU, because you are a separate school district, which they don't have that, but they have everything that most school districts do have, except the authority to do what they need to do.
Do what they want to do, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Representative Balboni?
Just to follow up to what Representative Cascadden was talking about. So basically the difference is that was formed by the legislature, whereas other SAUs and cooperative school districts are formed with the consent of the towns. Is that the difference?
It's a whole different process.
Okay.
Those other school districts and SAUs were formed initially when this process of reorganization of state, and probably your wife could probably tell me a whole lot more about that, because I wasn't here in the state at the time. I was, 4,005 miles from here. So, but it's a whole different statutory area than what they have. This is so unique. It's unusual.
The village district statutes that exist in order to do what we did would have to buy out the school or the facility you're talking about. They don't own the land, they don't own the buildings and so on. And that's not to me a big deal. I think the educational component of it's more important. But if you turn around and said you have towns that have a village district school, that's a name. It has no political subdivision. It has no ownership to it, because it would be owned by the school district. And so if you were to turn around and withdraw from the school district, your first obligation is to pay off the debt. And I think the next one would be to convince them to either give you the school back or to buy the school back. And there would be a lot of hurdles.
Can I just ask him one more quick question? So I live in Rye, and I'm part of an SAU. And in Rye, we own our school. We have 2 of them. And there is a process for withdrawal from the district. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how your process is different. That's what I was trying to get at. Was it with the
They're a village.
origination?
They're not a town.
Okay.
Village district. It's just like a fire district or a water district. They're a village district. That's a whole, like, in my town, we got 5 districts within Haverhill. Woodsville is a fire district. It's not a town. It's like Conway used to be. Yes.
This is for you, sir. Would it be fair then to summarize this, that there is no other legislation for withdrawal of any of the cooperative school districts that will be impacted, any other cooperative school district will not be impacted by this? They all
That's
have to
correct.
follow. This is the only singular one.
This is not going to have
Okay.
anything to do with
Thank-
cooperative
Yep,
school
I got it.
districts,
Yep.
disillusionment,
Okay.
or withdrawing, etc.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I understand that there's a request for a caucus. Okay. It's pretty hot in there. You might check to see if there's a room across the hallway. It might be cooler. Yeah, well, that judiciary is, you can even try down on the other side even. We're at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They should be gone.
Some days just need this way. Don't need this. Don't need my cozy coat anymore.
This is the occasion for cooking horse meat.
We're still good, right?
Well, I'm still good.
Like,
I was like, I felt
you're
like
still standing.
I'm ready to roast the horse. That thing's been beaten tender.
Yeah, but they're gonna come back and 10:10.
Oh.
Luno's gonna we're going to go ahead here now. At this point in time, I think we're at the point where we've discussed this thing and we've had the caucus, and now what we are, I think we're ready, Madam Clerk, to go ahead and call the roll. This is 349 relative to a special purpose school district for Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groton. That's the title of the act. And with that, would you please call and the motion on the table is OTP. Would you please call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
18 yeas, 2 nays.
Representative Meyer, is there any opposition to consent? So this will go on the consent calendar. Thank you very much. We have, I would like to get this thing done here. We have 4 bills left. We're going to skip over 331. We're waiting for, what were we waiting for? We're waiting for what's happening on session day tomorrow. That's the EFA bill. So we're going to skip and hold that one to Monday of next week. So we would then jump right down now into 516. Not jump, just fall down to it. Relative to freedom of speech and association at public institutions of higher education. 516. Representative Cordial, you're recognized for, no, Representative McDonald, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we find this ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ford seconded it. Representative McDonald?
Yes, thank you. This bill is needed at this time as we heard substantial testimony from many constituents across the state saying that they felt personally targeted and that this legislation would help them. And it is also necessary for preventing free speech zones, whereas in certain areas of a campus, it's okay to have free speech, and in the rest of the university could designate that it's not. And in addition, I'd like to remind the committee that this has bipartisan support and bipartisan sponsors as well. And in addition, I do have an amendment to put forward. Thank you.
Okay. So, who seconded that? Ford. Representative Ford did, that's correct. Representative McDonald, you said you had an amendment?
Yes.
Could you pass it around, please, so we can see what that's all about?
Okay. The amendments are coming around. It is a simple.
So why don't you wait till everybody has, so they can follow you? It might, to just expedite things, try to show me the line maybe where the changes may occur.
Okay.
Or change, or whatever you have there. What page, Linda? Okay.
Okay, I believe those are getting around. Okay. All right. I'm bringing this amendment forward on behalf of the prime sponsor, Representative Papavici Mueller. It changes one word. If you look on line 3 of the amendment, it says any person or student organization That is a change from student association to student organization. This was recommended by a number of attorneys and lawyers present, saying that this would keep the language more consistent and more clarity. And it's just that simple change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it only changes that one line, line 7 on page 3. Any person or student organization. Okay, then it's in keeping with the definition on page 2, student organization. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Tanner?
We've had several bills in the past on free speech on campus. And when, and I've been on a subcommittee for that, and our state universities, Plymouth, Keene, UNH, have done a tremendous job updating their procedures and policies. And actually we're to the point where they are approved by a group called FIRE, which was a big free speech one. One of the areas that I particularly had problems with was the outdoor areas of the campus. The campus includes dormitories and learning areas. And having taught on campus before, that just having lawnmowers and stuff outside the campus windows can really interfere with what you're doing. And I just can't imagine having protests by the dormitories where you're trying to sleep or you're trying to study, or even classes if it's a loud and raucous protest, as university protests usually are. And that's one of my issues with the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things I've learned in my lifetime, as old as it might be, is that there are two sides to every story. And we ended the hearing last time with some students from UNH Law that were concerned about how they were dealt with in their application. And so what I did is I called Dean Cooper, who is the assistant dean at the law school. Now, Mr. Cooper is the one who sits on the student bar that basically authorizes all the various organizations on campus. And so here is what I found from him. The group that was referenced here, which they never gave their name, is called the Free Exercise Coalition. They made their application to the university for recognition in late November. Late November is just before finals and before the holiday recess. The next meeting that was scheduled was in January. At that November meeting, the Student Bar Association thought they needed more information before they would act on it. They did their due diligence, and when they met in January, this group was authorized as an organization on campus. So there wasn't an implication by them that they weren't authorized, but we never asked the question, were you ultimately authorized? So we now know that they are authorized. And in fact, the process that was followed for their authorization is the normal process that you go through evidently at the law school. You should also know that there's a Jewish Law Association, and there's also a Christian Legal Society. I think and at the same time that they were dealing with an issue in the November meeting, there was a group that wanted to have a Spanish organization, and that organization has yet to be authorized. So I think to try to bring at least that piece of the conclusion of it, which bothered me a little bit when I was hearing the feedback, was that A, the process was followed, B, they were ultimately authorized. So from a standpoint of being discriminated against, which is what I was hearing from the group, they clearly weren't discriminated against. They are basically dealt with in an appropriate way through the procedures that the university, that the law school follows. So I just wanted to have that for the record, Mr. Chair.
So in following that up, Representative Myler, the Spanish group, do you have to have a professor sponsoring your organization or somebody from the college doing that? Or how's that work?
I don't know that. I do know that once you're authorized, I think the school gives the organization $200 or something to operate their program.
Tom, do you have an answer to that, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Tom Cronin with the university system. Yes, typically, student organizations require a faculty advisor.
Okay.
Part of, and I think there was some back and forth a little bit with each of these groups about who is the student advisor.
Thank you.
If I may?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just like to follow up, now that I've got that history here. I would just echo what Representative Tanner has said, is that we have had this issue before this committee a number of times. In fact, at one point in time, there were some serious concerns about how the university was in fact handling free speech on campus. Our understanding is, basically through the testimony that we heard that day, that the university has in fact dealt with this issue. They ranked 16 out of 203 universities or schools that the fire monitors, and they've admitted that that they have done a good job. And frankly, I don't see the need for this particular bill at this point in time because of the good due diligence that the university has done to provide free speech on campus. Thank you.
Further discussion from, yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got my handouts from that day, and there are like 6 or 7 pages listed Free Exercise Coalition, introducing the people from that group. So I can't believe we didn't know who they were. I think what they took exception to was the way that they were treated, not necessarily how long it took for them to get recognized as a group, but some of the ridicule and rough waters trying to get acceptance at that university. I believe that that was more of a problem than how long it took them to get their affiliation. Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to further clarify that point, for this student organization, I believe they did make it clear that they were ultimately recognized after having an attorney get involved. I believe their primary concern was that they were subject to significant disparaging remarks and bullying, including from members of student government per their testimony. And further, that their sincerely held beliefs in their statement was subject to excessive scrutiny and took significant doing to get approved as a student group. So I don't think the issue was that they weren't approved or that they didn't have their name on it, but rather the behavior. So to go a little further into what this bill does, I was one of the people who was interested in watching a commentator back in 2016 who was shouted down at the University of New Hampshire. And I wasn't able to enjoy that event, unfortunately, because despite security being present, they allowed the event to be interrupted. And this is a pattern that has happened not only at certain schools here, but across the country. And I applaud the university that it has done better, that it has improved its score, and this is an excellent thing. But I would remind you all that we are coming up on another presidential election season. And it was during the last presidential election season that everything went off the rails. And I think we really stand to see these kind of things possibly happening again in the next election season within the next year or so, if we don't do something to actually prevent that.
Further discussion, Representative Cascadden.
My thoughts are, we are an elected public body and we should be supporting the university system. I mean, so I feel strongly that if the university system is against this bill, then I feel as an elected official, it's a public school, and I don't think we should be voting for interest groups. We're voting for the public. So I definitely would not support this bill.
Representative Belcher? Or you had your hand up?
Apologies, just to clarify on that point, I think the interest group, if there is any interest group here, is not the public who elected us, who we have a right to, or a duty rather, to represent, but a university would be an interest group, not the public.
Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Am I ready now?
I don't know, are you?
I don't know. This is a question that's broader than anything I've heard, except perhaps Mr. Belcher's comments on now. It's really a question of what is a university without freedom of expression. And whether or not there's an incident that somehow should be objected to or not, that's like saying, should we vote against murder? Well, it hasn't happened yet, so I guess we don't need an objection to it. No, this destroys a university if it does not exist. Whether it's one-on-one, group-on-group, whatever. If you cannot discuss it, you really don't have a university. It's that simple. That's what they're there for, to discuss any and all ideas without any barriers whatsoever. Otherwise, you can't learn. It's that simple.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. First, I think we had testimony from the First Liberty organization's lawyer, as well as his written testimony, that the issue was with the SBA in relation to the FEC coalition. And according to his written testimony, after attorneys representing the Christian Legal Society wrote to you, this is to Dean Shane Cooper, did UNH formally recognize this student group? Secondly, I think that policies are nice, but policies come and go. I think if it is in statute, we are a lot better off as a state and with our public universities. And I will note that there are a number of areas in here where it provides for reasonable restrictions to be placed by the by an institution of higher learning. For instance, may maintain and enforce reasonable time, place, manner restrictions applicable to all public forums, etc. Any person who wishes to engage in non-commercial expressive activity on campus shall be permitted to do so freely as long as the person's conduct is not unlawful and does not materially or substantially disrupt the functioning of the institution. So I think this language in this bill works to both freedom of speech for students and others on campus, as well as the university itself.
Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that explanation, two of the people who have discussed this talked about disparaging remarks that were made on campus. Is there anything this bill is going to keep an individual from making disparaging remarks about an organization or another individual based on Representative Cordelli's last quote? I would assume not. I would assume that's fine. The disparaging remarks, depending on your political philosophy or whatever, are fine.
And right, this is all about freedom of speech, so I think that's what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I am for freedom of speech, and I think the university, as Representative Ford said, is the place to have that. That being said, we're talking about one small instance of the entire university system has come to our attention. It's like a pebble in the ocean. If we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people concerned, there's something there. But what was there was corrected several years ago, and there's a process now. I don't think this is appropriate for us to respond in this manner with a hammer versus the tap. The tap's already the dean, the school saw it several years ago. They fixed it. This is one process that was askew. And, you know, it's kids going before the kids on a board. I think this is just too much overreach. Thank you.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To address that previous comment that this is an isolated incident, that's not the case. 17 states have passed similar laws because there's a national need for this, and ACLU supports this bill in New Hampshire because there's a demonstrated need. So that's not the case. Thank you.
Representative Baum? Yes, go ahead.
I'm always finding that not to get a debate with you, Representative, but I'm not worried about the other 17 states. I'm worried about the incidents in New Hampshire, which has been won last year amongst, what did they say, 5 kids in the association. I'm not suggesting it's right, fair, or anything. I'm just suggesting we don't take the hammer at this point. Thank you.
Representative Balboni?
I'm referencing the ACLU statement that was presented. There actually was no documentation of that. And when I went back to the sponsor of the bill and asked for that, I did not receive it, even though the representative from the ACLU New Hampshire was attached to that email. So I haven't seen anything from the ACLU regarding this bill.
Representative Lekis and then Representative Belcher.
First, just as a quick response, I have heard from numerous students about issues, including, that was the first I heard about that issue, but including when I first got elected, people came specifically to me to report what was going on at their universities. But administrators change, administrations change, cultures change. Some schools are doing better in our state, some schools are slipping the other direction, opposite of the way they were. But do you remember the testimony of the person who said in their state, they said, oh, we don't have this need, even though they had the opportunity to pass it. And then things blew up like 2 years later, and they said, we wish we would have passed it when it wasn't an issue, because now it's an issue and we don't even have anything on the books to help us through it. And so the idea is to pass this now, while we don't have as much of an issue as we did in the past, so that hopefully we won't have 2 years from now or next year or whenever an issue, because this will be on the books at a time when we're not mid-conflict. It's much easier to pass things not mid-conflict. Thank you.
Yeah, I know it is. I know. So,
one more.
Quickly, Representative.
Yeah, this is for you, Representative Ladd. As a member of the college council,
trustees,
whatever that term is, yes, you being that person. Is there a perspective from your view from that umbrella group? The trustees?
I can't speak for the trustees because I'm a single, just like a single selectman can't speak for the select board.
Have the trustees seen this issue?
Pardon me?
Have the trustees seen this issue as an issue?
I've not discussed this issue as a trustee with other trustees.
Thank you.
I have not seen it on the docket.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly address the issue of the disparaging remarks that we had heard about and the issue of free speech. We need to be very clear about whose speech is being protected here, because the people have free speech, but government does not have free speech. So when somebody is acting as an agent of the government, such as on a public school council or board or whatever, they don't have the right to free speech to just disparage Christians or anyone else as they see fit. That's actually discrimination. So we need to be very careful about whose speech is being protected.
Further discussion? Okay, Representative Luno?
Yeah, thank you very much. On the subject of discrimination, let's talk about that. So looking at bottom of page 2, line 36 and 37, going through the top of page 3 down to line 6. And what that reads is that no institutions of higher ed shall deny a religious, political, or ideological student organization any benefit, blah, 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 based on the expression of the organization, including, so this is, no institute of higher education shall deny student organization, including any requirement that the leaders or members of such organizations, we're not talking about the student organization, affirm and adhere to that organization's sincerely held beliefs, comply with the organization's standard of conduct, or further the organization's mission or purpose as defined by the student organization. So what that is saying is that the student organization would have to be recognized by the Institute of Higher Education, and that student organization would, through this clause right here, be absolutely capable of discriminating based on protected classes of we've talked about them here. I think we all know what we're talking about, and that's blatant discrimination, and that's blatantly putting the university system and the community college system in a place where they if they provide organizations with, I don't know what it is, $200, $500, something like that, that they would have to provide organizations that discriminate based on protected classes, both federally and in state law, with taxpayer money. I would suggest that may be the reason why lines 24 through 26 are in there, which is the severability clause in this. But clearly, I think any of us who believe in non-discrimination would feel that the provisions from page 2 down lines 36 through 37 and at the top of page 3 lines 1 through 6 would need to be stricken from this bill.
Representative Cordelli?
I disagree. I think if you look at our Human Rights Commission statutes, there is a religious exemption. So that religious organizations can have members who abide by their faith, adhere to their faith. I don't know if one of these groups, the FEC, would want atheists as members of their group. Maybe that group might, because they were pretty much non-denominational, as I recall. But there is in statute a religious exemption.
Okay, we still haven't done anything on the amendment yet, and that's just a one-word amendment. So what we ought to do is try park that away one way or the other, and then we can go on and have a discussion wherever that takes us. So, is there any further discussion on the amendment? One word, association, organization. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the amendment? We do have a motion that was made by Representative McDonald on that amendment.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello? Yes. Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
Nope.
Representative Tanner?
Nope.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Ellison?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay. Now we're ready for further discussion on this bill as ought to pass. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. As mentioned previously, in Chapter 354A of the State Commission for Human Rights, the exemption is 354-A:18, exemption for religious organizations.
What does it say?
It says, nothing contained in this chapter shall be construed to bar any religious or or a denominational institution or organization or any organization operated for charitable or educational purposes which is operated by, supervised by, or controlled by, or in conjunction with a religious organization, from limiting admission to or giving preference to persons of the same religion or denomination, or from making such selection as is calculated by such organization to promote the religious principles for which it is established or maintained.
Where is the discriminatory section in there? I mean, you know,
Nothing contained in this chapter shall be construed to bar any religious organization from doing any of those things.
That was written under exceptions when we were looking at that whole area. And this is an exception where you can do certain things.
Right. But
there's also one in renting a property and
right, and anybody can do those things, but it's not saying that you can discriminate against others, and in the section that I cited here, yes, it would apply to any of the protected classes, whether that's religious or whether that's race or whether that's gender or gender identity or ethnicity. If you wanted to have a student organization that was for white people only, then and in order to you put in to receive funds from the university system, they couldn't deny you those funds. And they could not require you to accept, you know, people who maybe didn't comply, maybe didn't fall into the white guy only category, and because it says here that the university system or the community college system would not be able to have any requirement that the leaders or members of such organization affirm it. Make sure I read. No public institution shall deny, and then all the words, based on any requirement that leaders or of such organization affirm and adhere to that organization's sincerely held belief. Let's say their sincerely held beliefs are things that we find abhorrent and discriminate against protected classes. The university system would still have to recognize that as a student organization, and so I'll defer to Representative Cordelli when it comes to the religious exemption language in the human rights statute, but again, I'm not quite sure how that language relates to what's being put forth here with respect to clearly something that would allow an organization to discriminate against protected classes.
I have a question. Maybe either somebody here can help me or maybe Mr. Cronin can. We know that on a number of universities, including ours, we have Greek fraternities, sororities. And when I was up at Orono, we had the agriculture fraternity. I can't remember what the Greek nomenclature was for that. But they had sort of the requirement built in that in order to be a member of this, you had to be an ag major or you had to be a farmer. If I wanted to get in there not wanting to be either of those or either of those, would that be discriminatory?
Not on a protected class.
Okay.
As long as you're accepting, you know, as long as you're accepting gender, you know, you're not denying it based on gender or any of the other protected classes. Yeah.
I'm sure that may have come up somewhere along the way, but Representative Lekes?
Well, I had something else that I wanted to point out, but I do want to just say, so it's okay to discriminate as long as you're not discriminating against a protected class. So some classes are, I guess, more protected than others. But what my point was, one of the organizations that came and talked to us was open to anybody membership wise. Their issue with this, with what was being required, was that their leader by the school was, they were saying that the leader could pretend, you could completely disagree with them. And they couldn't require that their leader agreed with the precepts. In that case, it was a religious organization and they wanted their leader to be of that religion. They said the organization, and they were very happy to take anybody because that was part of the point of the organization. But the leader should be of the same, of the beliefs of the thing. And just as a example, if you had a young Democrats on campus facility, organization, you would not want a Republican to be forced to have a Republican as your leader. Just, because you would want them to be a Democrat because that's what your organization is for and about.
What about bipartisan? Yeah, and I don't think that's what's going on here. Any requirement that the leaders or members of such organizations affirm and adhere to the organization.
That was the whole,
If the leader is elected by the members of the organization, then
the university was not going to grant them an ability to be on there if they insisted that their leader was adhered to their beliefs. That was specifically, that testimony was specifically towards this piece right here. So,
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to get to the heart of this issue a little bit when it comes to these talk about discrimination in student groups. The most appropriate thing to look at is not federal law or state law, it's the Constitution. And once again, who has rights under the Constitution? The institution doesn't have rights. Therefore, it has to treat people as under Amendment 14, equal protection, as well as federal law, anti-discrimination law. It has to treat people equally. People, however, individual people, have rights, including the freedom of association. And like it or not, that does grant people, individual people, the right to discriminate if they choose to do so. And it's part of being an American. You don't have to like what they're doing, but you can't get rid of people because you don't like what you think, and you can't deny them equal access to the institutions because you don't like what they think. That's the difference between government and people.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just trying to look up, it's the Equal Access. I'm sorry, I lost my Equal Access Act, 20 USC 4071, related to religion. It provides for leadership of religious student groups, similar to other student groups such as political student groups. The Equal Access Act permits religious student groups to allow only members of their religion to serve in leadership positions if these leadership positions are positions that affect the religious content of the speech at the group meetings, similar to student groups such as political student groups.
Further discussion? Are we ready for the vote? Madam Clerk, we will call the roll. This is it was a motion ought to pass on 516 relative to the freedom of speech and association at public institutions for higher education. That was made by Representative McDonald. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello? Yes. Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Ellison?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon? No. Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Yes.
Because this is an important issue, and there are obviously some problems that we've got with some of the language that's been pointed out in our discussion, I would move to retain this bill, and I would assume that Mr. Cronin would be willing to work with the group to try to look at this language to see if we might be able to ferret something out of the language. So I would move to retain.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Myler proposes we retain this bill, second by Representative Damon. Further discussion? From either the maker or the second?
hear from Tom?
Could we hear from Mr. Cronin?
Well, I think we know where the university's already let us know that where they feel on this bill.
Okay.
So I think,
I guess I'd only add to that, Mr. Chair, okay, we appreciate there's interest in this. And we also appreciate this, has come back to the committee many times. If there's a group that's interested in working over the fall, trying to bring something back, late fall, early next year, we're committed to sitting down, our legal counsel, I believe the community college said the same, trying to work to something that we feel like could move forward and also try and move this issue along as opposed to perhaps continuing the conversation.
thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis. No. Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Mr. Chair, I'll move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Tanner, second. Representative Ludo's motion to ITL. Further discussion?
Tanner, second.
Tanner did the second and Representative Luno did the motion. We're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay.
I'll do
What are we going to report?
it. I'll write the ITL.
Who's writing?
I will.
You know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have two bills left. We're skipping over to 331. Pardon me?
No.
Oh, okay. So the first bill we'll take up is the next one down, 432, relative to participation in the Education Freedom Accounts Program.
We skipping 6.
Did
432.
you want to do 61?
Did we jump over 61?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll go back up. HB 61, relative to teaching on discrimination in the public schools and discrimination in public workplaces. Representative Cordiello, you,
I move in expedient to legislate.
is there a second? Representative Belcher?
Can I get the bill up first?
Okay, so we're on HB 61, motions made ITL by Representative Cordiello and second by Representative Belcher. The sponsor, or not sponsor, the maker of the motions recognized for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it seems like a really long time since that hearing over in the big hall. A lot of people came to that hearing. And what remains clear in my mind is that there were many teachers and people who spoke about teachers, and there was a lot of fear that by teaching on certain historical topics related to race, that these teachers were risking their jobs. And for that reason, they supported repealing the original law, which, just to remind you, is actually, if you have your book, it's on page 530. I think it's important to look at the original law because this bill is suggesting that we repeal it. So what are we repealing? One of the things that also concerned me in the hearing was that I felt that a lot of the people who testified were unfamiliar with the law that they wanted repealed. There was a disconnect between HB 61 and 19340, the bill to be repealed. So I think it's very important to understand everything that's in that bill. Okay, I won't read it, but I mean, you're probably familiar with it. I certainly studied it. I studied it hard. This bill is really important to me as far as not having it pass, because I come at this from a sort of a unique perspective. Having been a teacher, not just a teacher, I was an English teacher, and I feel like I'm in class again. The reason I have these books with me is they were in my backpack because I am, as you know, I'm a assistant library director and at the Dudley Tucker Library now. I'm no longer a teacher. I am a teacher, though. I feel like in all my capacities, I am a teacher, whether I'm a writer or working in a library or my previous role as an adjunct English instructor. And so for quite a few years, I taught a class in 19th century American autobiographical literature. And for a month, we spent talking about slave narratives. And Frederick Douglass especially, and he was mentioned at the hearing. In my current position as assistant library director, I'm in charge of programming. And for my first program, I actually chose to talk about what I know about slave narratives about a week ago, just to kind of remind myself of all the content. And, asking myself, gee, should I have feared being fired? And no, not at all. You can talk about all the horrors of slavery and you can talk about all these subjects, okay? There's nothing illegal about that. There's nothing. So what I found was there was a disconnect between HB 61 and the law it seeks to repeal. In fact, remember the question kept coming up with Representative Lekes introduced, and then I echoed. It was asked several times, and nobody that I can recall had a satisfying answer as to what in 19340 prohibits the teaching of these subjects. In fact, there was also a lot of talk about the vagueness of it. I don't think so. I think it's pretty cut and dry. And if not, you'll recall the department. I have this in here. I assume you all have it. The frequently asked questions, or maybe I copied it, but on the DOE website, it actually explains what are you prohibited from teaching. There's a question number 3. Does the law prohibit teachers from teaching U.S. history? No, nothing prohibits the teaching of historical subjects, including but not limited to slavery, treatment of Native American population, Jim Crow laws, segregation, treatment of women, blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. Civil rights movement, then it goes on to even say it's not just historical subjects. You can teach contemporary. You can teach on these current event topics. Nor does anything prohibit discussions related to current events, included but not limited to Black Lives Matter movement, which is something very contemporary. It was a while ago we had that hearing. Just wanted to kind of remind you all, get this out there. It seems to me that supporters of HB 61 want to repeal RSA 19340 for a reason that doesn't exist. And so that logically would make this inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. The bill also on line 9 repeals sections 354, 829 through 34 of the Human Rights Commission statutes. 829 says the general court hereby finds and declares that practices of discrimination against any New Hampshire inhabitants because of age, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, creed, color, marital status, familial status, mental or physical disability, religion, or national origin are a matter of concern, that discrimination based on these characteristics not only threaten the rights and proper privileges of New Hampshire inhabitants, but menaces the institutions and foundations of a free and democratic state and threatens the peace, order, health, safety, and general welfare of the state and its inhabitants. Goes on to nothing in this section to be construed to limit academic freedom. Nothing in this subdivision will be construed to prohibit racial, sexual, religious sensitivity training. That is all repealed as a result of this bill.
Further discussion? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just briefly note that the reason this law was brought in the first place is because there was a very real practice happening, and it wasn't universal to all of these sorts of trainings, but in some of these types of trainings, they were devolving into deeply indoctrinational sessions of political, religious, and ideological concerns that were being mandated on people, on children, schools, and employees. In many cases, these things mirrored Maoist struggle sessions, and it was completely inappropriate, and that is what this was meant to stop. You can still teach any of these things from a value-neutral position. You just can't make people feel bad because of the color of their skin, or their race, or gender, or anything else. That's what it does.
Further discussion, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, this all sounds really nice, doesn't it? Nice and clean. You talked to a teacher recently? You talked to a teacher recently about teaching? Oh, I can teach about slavery. I can teach about this, but we're forgetting one important thing here. It's not what I teach, but it's how I'm perceived when I'm teaching it. So you've got a group of Liberty women out here that have a bonus of $500 for the first one that they take to the court. You've got over in Judiciary today talking about a subpoena power for our good friend, the Commissioner of Education, that can bring any teacher they want to once he gets a call from a parent. Just one parent. We're not talking about a group of parents, just one parent, and he can subpoena a teacher if this thing passes. This has provided a cloak around teachers that is suffocating their ability to basically, we talked about free speech, to have some free teaching here. And this is a very important issue because we've got a problem of, I've asked myself this often, would I recommend one of my kids to be a teacher today? I can honestly say no, because of pressures like this. The removal of this bill is very important to the education of our children. Notwithstanding what Mr. Belcher said, I mean, if there's a teacher out there who is nobody wants to have children indoctrinated. I don't want that. I don't want a teacher next to me doing that. But that's a management question when that comes up. You don't need a bill to deal with that. This bill, we have to remember how it was passed. This bill was not before the House. It came before a division, HB2 slicked in there. Never came before this committee before. This just needs to be repealed. You just don't understand. The teachers I've talked with are fearful. And the last thing I want to do is to have a teacher out there that's fearful of what they're teaching. If they're acting out, if they're misbehaving, there are procedures to deal with that particular individual. I go back to what Representative Woodcock said. We don't need a hammer to just hit one nail. That's what this is.
Thank you. Further questions or discussion?
Arlene? Yes.
So a parent can certainly accuse, that's gonna, a parent accuses a teacher of something related to this. It goes to court. What, again, it's the same question that keeps coming up. 193-40, page 530. What in this law is objectionable? You talk about fear again. You talk about teachers being afraid. That's what we heard over and over again in the hearings. There's a disconnect. Cite me what in this law is objectionable.
Further discussion, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to get to answer that question that was just put down. Going back to the hearing, and I know this is important because I hear it said sometimes around this table. Look at all the people that came out and testified. Look at all the people that showed up to tell us what a great idea this was. Or this is, signing on the blue sheets, and this is at the time of the hearing, I don't know where it may have landed, 1,400 people signed up in support of HB 61, 20 opposed. 45 people spoke in favor, 6 opposed. The speakers lineup in favor included members of clergy, it included the ACLU, it included NAACP, it included people from all across the state who were offended by the limitations that are being imposed on public school teachers by the current state, what was jammed into the current state budget. But of all the people that spoke back on January 12th at our hearing in Reps Hall, there were a number that really I think made strong impressions, but one that really summed it up very well was Reverend Gail Kinney of Canaan, who's with the UCC and on the Justice Board there, and she's a former school board chair, and she said, House Bill 544, which I think was the basis for what was jammed into the budget, is part of a national movement to stoke fear of public schools, and it's not grounded in truth or fact. And here's the part I highlighted, and it's not the words in 544, but it's what it's doing. It's what it's doing to public school teachers. It's what it's doing to create a bounty, as was created by the Commissioner of Education, to harass school teachers around the state. And it's what this law is doing. And that's what House Bill 61 is looking to repeal.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I was a co-sponsor of House Bill 544, and it was not meant to intimidate teachers. It was intended to provide protections, and I know of no bounty on anybody or anything that's been offered by the Commissioner of Education.
Representative Tanner.
Yeah, it wasn't by the commissioner, it was by a group, a mom's group.
Moms for Liberty.
Moms for Liberty, thank you. I personally, I've been out of teaching over a decade now, but I still have some friends that are teaching, and I know of 2 cases, and that, if I know of 2, there must be a lot more across the state. One teacher was a teacher of AP history course, who in the last week of her AP history course, before they were going for their exam, a parent made a complaint to the Department of Education, to our commissioner, who then immediately initiated an investigation which took her out of that classroom. She was no longer allowed to teach that AP class or prepare them for their AP history exam. Went on for 2 weeks, the documentation that was required, she was totally exonerated from it. I had another situation where I attended a school board meeting and talked to the assistant superintendent, who had just spent, again, another 2 weeks taking a teacher out of a classroom, was in junior high, on a complaint, did full investigation, complaint, was totally exonerated. What happens to the other teachers that are teaching in that building that sees that happening? And that's part of the plan, is to intimidate, to say that teachers inculcate, to say that teachers compel to express a belief in, compel students to express a belief in, to say we indoctrinate kids. We had a guy here who was teacher, I believe in Concord or John Stark, who said, if only you had that much influence over kids. You can't get them to do things. You can't get them to, it takes a lot of activity and a lot of, professional art to try and teach kids and have them totally understand different situations. And you use different methods to do that. And there are kids and there are parents who are going to have different views on how things are happening. You might have a class of 30 and you might have 1 or 2 kids in that class that don't understand things, and so you're trying to work with them separately. And sometimes, I've met students that I taught 30 years ago that remember things that happened in class that were really key to change their thinking or whatever, that I had no idea that I'd even made that difference. And it was a positive difference. It was a young man who was in the service, went into the service right out of high school. He came from a family that didn't have much money, and he was a pretty bright kid, and went into the service and said he would have never made it through basic training had it not been for the exercises we did in health class on stress management. And I know that I had no idea. So the whole purpose of this whole thing, and you heard it when they talked about 61, is that it's the vagueness of this law and the way it's set up to say no pupil in any public school in the state shall be taught, instructed, inculcated, or compelled, which indicates to me that they think that this law is set up because teachers do that. And I saw somebody holding a sign out today, trust teachers. And teachers and nurses used to be at the top of the trust list. And if you ask probably anybody now teaching, they feel at the bottom of the list. And the reason they're at the bottom of the list is not because they've changed. It's because of the war on public education and the war on public education teachers. And this bill is like the key to it. And that's why people took time off work. We don't often see teachers in this committee. We don't often see students from public school because they're at school and they're working, okay? That's why we don't see them. People took time off from work. They only get a limited number of days, and they took time off of work to come and talk and say how bad this bill was. And so if you don't think this bill has had an effect on the teaching profession in New Hampshire, you're crazy.
Further questions, Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got an email from a neighbor who is on the other side of the political fence from me, but asked where I stood on this bill, and it was not too long after the hearing. Preface it by saying that they respected my integrity, and that really made me want to investigate this very carefully, because I really did want to do this with a matter of integrity. I sat through the long hearing with all the rest of you, and we got this last bunch of papers from Director Malachi from the Human Rights Commission. And so I didn't have a chance to go through it until the hearing was over. So I asked myself a couple of questions. I too saw the disconnect between the people who were testifying of the fear that they had in the classroom. But a lot of them, I just couldn't, in some ways, when they got up to speak, I didn't know whether they were in favor of the repeal or not. But they were just expressing their experiences. So I had no idea at that point what teachers or anybody else had been given for instruction with this law. And so I finally got to look at this large section here with the section from Attorney Formella and the long page after page, because it sounded like there was nothing from the Department of Ed at all. I read this, which has a long section of instruction. I went to the DOE website and saw this frequently asked questions. So I don't know what else they could say. It's right there in black and white. That was a question for me. They complained that there was no instruction. I'm looking at the instruction about it. So if you know, maybe they need to explain it better. I don't know, but I don't know why you can't read what's in black and white. So I asked so the next question is, okay, so is everybody being then taken before the Commission on Human Rights? And I went up to the director, at least I asked her right after the committee hearing, and I said, how many cases do you have? What do you got? And she can't tell me the number, but there are some, but it didn't get me the impression that they were going to be lined up. Their docket was full for the next 4 years. It was just, there are some. So I asked the next obvious question. I said, how many make it past that first step, like a complaint? And she said, we have an active case right now that's gone past the prima facie evidence stage. And I said, okay, so it's not like it's not there. There's evidence that this occurs, but it doesn't, to me, seem like it is the overwhelming problem that I was given to believe, or that was feared, in the conversation that we had with the public in the hearing. And I have not yet been satisfied that there's not been any instruction from the Department of Ed or the Commission on Human Rights on either how the process works or what's available, what is permitted to teach and where do you draw the line. I think it's here. I don't know how to connect the two sides, but I have asked myself every question I thought of to ask, and I have satisfied myself that there are answers to those questions. So I'm coming down the fact that I don't think we need to repeal this. Maybe we need to work on how to address the fears of people that are in the classroom.
Thank you. Representative Lakes, then Representative Belcher.
I've been puzzling over this ever since the first repeal was made last year. I actually, a teacher that had come up and everybody loved and said, I wished you were my teacher. I had just handwritten out what the law said and presented it to him as just the words. And I said, so if I put in this law, what would you think of it? And he took it and he said, oh, this is excellent. This is very good. I said, that's the law you're asking to repeal. Really? And he didn't find any problem with the words. I know the teachers are all feeling this. That's why last year I kept asking, if there's no problem with what's in the law, where is the problem? And finally, most people, oh, well, I don't know. Nobody could give me an answer until finally one man said, there is nothing wrong with the law. There's nothing wrong with the words in the law. The problem is all the information that's going on out there. And the information that's going on out there that's a problem isn't what the DOE put out, and it isn't what the Commission for Human Rights put out. So the question is, who is causing all these teachers to be afraid? It's not the law. So we're going to repeal a law because there's all this misinformation out there. What a wonderful precedent to set. If I'm a criminal and I don't like a law, or if I think a law shouldn't be on the books, I just have to spread all the misinformation I want, and then we have to repeal it because everybody's afraid they're going to break it. But the other part of that was your example of two teachers who were taken for 2 weeks and checked to see, because somebody complained and they were checked and they were exonerated. This happens, doesn't have to do just with this. It can have to do whatever complaint a parent has. I've seen it with our principal recently. He at a student assembly, he did nothing wrong, but somebody complained. He was not principal, this is near the start of the year. He was suspended by the superintendent until things could be checked on. It had nothing to do with this. It was completely different. It happens. That's what you do when somebody complains. But again, this year, I was listening very carefully. What are the teachers saying? They're afraid. They're afraid. They're afraid of losing their job. They're afraid that if somebody says they made me feel uncomfortable, I'll lose my job. And I'm like, where is this coming from? No, it's not in the law that they're going to lose their job because somebody made them feel uncomfortable. If what's in the law is they go before the New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights, they figure out whether or not, which for the most case, the few that have come, have not even continued on from that. They don't go before the DOE unless the Commission for Human Rights finds issues. I talked to that lady afterwards. I asked her specifically what the process was because some teacher told me, no, they go before the DOE first. I went to the commission and she said, no, they do not. They do not until the commission has figured out whether or not there is reasonable cause, or I'm not sure I got the right words, but then they would go into further. And so most have not. As she said, there was one that was pending. So I was asking myself, where is all this fear coming from? What goes on at our colleges? What just happened at one of our colleges? Some student felt uncomfortable because of what a conservative professor had said, and the professor was immediately fired. And even the head of his department said there was nothing wrong with what he said, but because some students
Yeah. Further discussion, Representative Ellison.
As a former social studies teacher, I would just, and for those of you who don't think there's been an impact on instruction in the state, I would say bring 50 randomly selected social studies teachers from high schools in the state and come in here and ask them the question. You ask them the question whether or not they have changed what they're doing in the classroom, and you won't like the answer.
Representative Cordial or Representative Damon, you had your hand up too? I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my dad, who's 93 years old and still intact of mind, although frail, is a retired social studies teacher. And I am here partly because he taught me, sorry, this is hard to do. I'm here partly because he taught how to be a critical thinker, how to take information from different points of view. I had him as a teacher when I was a 7th grader. I don't think that happens these days, but 3 out of my 4 siblings and I had Dad for a teacher, and I don't regret it. He would bring, for example, articles from the Christian Science Monitor. This was World Geography was the class. And bring all sorts of resources from all different points of view for us to read from, learn from, and contrast. And I've had conversations with him, quite a few this winter, about this bill and said, could you teach the way you used to teach, comfortably and feeling safe with your teaching credentials? And he said, and my dad was a really committed teacher and then served on his school board for 20 years after he retired. Education is at his heart and soul. And he said, I wouldn't have still been a teacher. And that's what our teachers are facing today. We need to repeal this law.
Representative Cornell?
Just to maybe why teachers are frightened, what came out following the state's establishment of a website to report violations of a new anti-divisive subject law, the New Hampshire chapter of Moms for Liberty tweeted that it would pay $500 to the first person to successfully catch a teacher breaking the new law. Then mom, there's another part. Well, that's just, they did put out a bounty on teachers if you could catch them and report them on the state's website, they'd give you $500. So I think that would add something to teachers being afraid of what they're teaching in class because there's bounties on them.
Representative Petronell?
Thank you. First of all, I feel really badly that teachers feel that way, and I am acutely aware that there are multiple of professions that feel like they are under profoundly intense scrutiny these days. So it's certainly not just teachers who are experiencing that. But I've been really thinking long and hard. I had a conversation when I was canvassing. I had somebody ask me how I felt about a certain class of people. And I literally answered him. I said, it's really sad that we have to enumerate certain groups of people in our Constitution. Because if we all treated each and every person like a human being, we wouldn't be looking at them as groups of people. So I was trying to summarize 19340, and thank you, Representative Dry, for reminding me about the frequently asked questions page on the DOE website, which was made in conjunction with the Commission for Human Rights and Department of Justice. And they have a little text box that says, in short, do not teach that a person or a group is inherently oppressive, superior, inferior, racist, or sexist. Teach and treat all equally and without discrimination. And that summarizes it all in 2 sentences. If you just treat each and every person like a human being, we wouldn't need 19340. We wouldn't need the second part of Article 2, which was amended in 1974. And we wouldn't be fighting this right now. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've heard that teachers have so little influence over students that they can't possibly get them to do anything in the classroom, but they also have so much influence over them that they can touch them and change their lives. We've heard that this law is totally unnecessary because these things just don't happen and they're not being done, yet it's so stifling that teachers cannot possibly do their jobs while this law is in place. We've heard that teacher trust is at an all-time low. But we've heard that nothing has changed in education, but I want to challenge that last part, that nothing has changed in education. Over the last 20 plus years, Paulo Freire has become one of the most cited individuals in education colleges, with his books, The Politics of Education and Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Over the last same period of time, critical theories and postmodernism has been imported into our schools in various ways. It is leading to problems with children and is leading to problems with teachers. I don't think any of them want to be dealing with this stuff. That's where we're at right now, and that's why we have to put these protections and keep these protections in place until we can fix the underlying problems. For now, we absolutely need to keep this.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Tanner?
I just don't live in your world. That's for sure. Because, you know, you see everything in black and white, and it's not black and white, and neither is teaching. And teaching students, a variety of students from a variety of backgrounds, not only in social studies, but in other skills, other skill areas or other teaching areas, teaching English, teaching fiction, letting them read books like To Kill a Mockingbird, and then, you know, now that it's on the banned list or one of the books to be banned. I bet if you think back to your school time, that there were different times when you read books or you had an exercise in class perhaps, or even you had a research paper where whatever you, as you were growing up, had a big impression upon you. And you came into class and you were able to bounce ideas back and forth with the teacher. That's really important. Once you set it up so that anybody that feels the least little bit complaint can make you lose your job. I mean, when I was teaching, you lost your job if you were immoral, insubordinate, or incompetent. Those were the three things. That's in the book as well. And all of a sudden now, it's if I run an activity where some kid goes home and says, wow, I feel like, you know, I'm inferior to some other class. And the parent goes absolutely bonkers and sends a complaint to the Department of Education. And the Department of Education does get the complaints, and they refer them over to either the AG's office or to the Office of Human Rights. And yes, the Office of Human Rights does investigate some of those. But while that's going on, at the local school district, the person is suspended from their classes, maybe with pay, maybe not, although mostly probably with pay, but they lose that 2 weeks of teaching. They're under scrutiny. I mean, how would you like to have that happen to you? Just get yanked out and say, okay, somebody made this complaint. Now you have to justify your teaching. You have to justify what you did. You have to get a lawyer probably, because your livelihood depends upon it. If they take away your teaching credential, whatever money you've spent for college, whatever you've dedicated your life to, is taken away from you. That's why this bill is so serious, so seriously bad.
If I may just respond to that one piece real quick. You brought up a good point, which is teachers would lose their jobs for being immoral. But then you gave the example of if a student feels bad because they're part of some class, if they're made to feel bad. And I just want to say that teaching a child to feel bad because of a class, a skin color, is deeply immoral.
I'm talking about reading a book like To Kill a Mockingbird and realizing that I lived in a community that was all white. I never had contact with black people. And when I read that book, I felt bad about it. And it was a learning experience for me. And that's a learning experience. That's something that made me a better person and made me understand the world better out of my little provincial little area.
Representative Cascadden?
Thank you. How many of you have been in a staff meeting lately with public school teachers? How many of you have sat in the lunchroom with public school teachers and asked about this law? This is known from the teachers' field as the banned concepts law. I just challenge you to go talk to teachers before you make a decision.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pick up on a point that Representative Tanner talked about. The issue here is the law, but it is the perception. In other words, if I feel one way about the result of it, that's one thing. But another person can say, I don't like what you just did. I can file a complaint. It is the ability to bring people to task when they're doing what they've been doing for years. And an individual can do that. We just had a situation here in Concord where a person, a convicted felon, goes in and complains about an art teacher here in town because the way he dressed, and he automatically gets an investigation. The kids love him, the parents love him, but this one person, because he didn't like the way that person dressed, caused a complaint. Had nothing to do with his teaching. That is the problem here. It's the perception that people have of what's happening. And as Representative Tanner said, if a child goes home and says, I really felt uncomfortable, nobody else in the class felt uncomfortable, a parent can file a complaint. That's the onerous situation that's happening in education today on this issue. That's why this needs to be repealed.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. A few days ago, we were talking about school board public hearings, public meetings. And the reality was we were talking about COVID and masking. This law reminds, this bill reminds you of that same way. When this came before us, and as a result of the overabundance of critical race theory dialogue, that's where it came from. And what we heard people say was, saying there, racism is real in this state. We need to promote conversation. We heard people say, when teachers can make students feel safe, they can talk more and have more risks and more learning. That's what we heard. We heard the Manchester School Board saying over, this law is consciously or unconsciously causing credibility issue with our teachers and the public. Teachers are professionals. We need to allow them to work their work in the classroom and help students grow, help students how to learn to discuss. And until we open that range of opportunity, then we can make teaching a profession that people do not want to go in and are untrusted. We need to start correcting this, and this is not doing it. This is an impingement on public education. It curtails dialogue, it curtails innovation, it makes us teach a narrow view of history. And I don't think this is helpful. I understand the intent may seem like there's nothing in the law that says that it's bad, you can just talk around the issues. That's not the reality in the classroom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Hall?
Thank you. I would take those 20 social studies teachers that Representative Ellison talked about, and I would also ask them if 2 years ago, did they know what CRT was? Did they know what divisive concepts were? I think every one of them would say no.
Further discussion, Representative Ford?
We're dancing around a number of different things in this discussion. Probably at the core of it is the critical race theory teaching, which is currently taught in most of the universities as fact, not as theory, as fact. And then the teachers who are taught that go into the schools and teach it as fact. But it's not fact. It's theory, generated out of the Harvard sociology lab. A sociology lab. Now, what are you doing there? I've taken a lot of lab courses, none in sociology. We have a hypothesis, which is just an idea, speculation. You test it against things. You determine what is a truth or what is fact. You don't take what is an assumption or something worth thinking about and declare it as a fact from the get-go. That's the primary flaw of critical race theory. It assumes that because some white people were involved in racial and other kinds of deprivation, that white people do that. Basic flaw in reasoning. You're drawing a generalization from a particular fact. All white people are not racist because some white people have been a racist. Aristotle. Yes, I know, he was a white male. Yeah, enough of that BS. It's a reasoning. Plain and simple. And people are not taught that. And they're also taught to believe that because people did this of a certain time, that their children are also guilty, that somehow they inherit the same ideas. I disagree entirely with that. I lived in that world. I lived in racially segregated school areas. I lived in towns where the black people lived down the street and the white people lived up the street. I lived in the world where black people weren't allowed to carry knives. They could only carry personal improvement things. So they carried razors strapped around their neck. And many of them had large scars on them. The woman who reared me as a child had to carry an ice pick because it was illegal to carry a knife. I learned that at age 6 when she was cleaning out her purse one day at the kitchen table. Yes, there's some terrible, evil, heinous, horrible, whatever word you want, things that happened in that. But people did not become racist because their father or parents or grandparents or whatever was a racist. Not everybody. I'm sure some did. They're humans. But I was at a camp one night run by the Episcopal Church in Arkansas, and we were having to find ways to get the black campers back to their homes because people were rioting and burning down the parks. And everybody involved there was white. And they were trying to get these black children safely home to their parents. So all those generalizations just stick in my craw. I don't like sloppy reasoning. And I particularly don't like it when it applies to people. Whether they're teachers in some sense or students, they don't need to be taught that. They need to be taught the reality. What's wrong with some portion of this law is they're talking about teaching on. What the hell does teach on mean? Does it mean explain, learn about, understand, just on the subject of? I'm talking on it now. Am I banned? It needs to be explicit. And it needs to be explicit at where the failing is. And yes, not all teachers are taught logic. How many teachers in New Hampshire teach without having studied a foreign language, teach that in English, I dropped the pencil, my fault. But in Spanish, it just fell. It just fell. And so you try to teach a kid who speaks Spanish to convict himself of fault without understanding that he thinks of it that way? Are you prepared to teach that student? No. But there's no foreign language requirement in any education program, probably in this state and in many, many others. But the point about this is we really need to be more explicit, more honest, more fact-based. And there's not nearly enough research has been done about what it's like to live in a racist society. But I can tell you there's a lot more work to be done. If you grow up as I did, and many of you did, with a parent who was in a small business, you dared not speak out lest your entire family welfare disappeared like that. Your father's business would shrivel in a minute. So is that racist? Is that fear? Is that what? I don't know. I don't know. I have the answer for that. But I've lived it. It's real. And when you start telling me, oh, people are racist just because, you're not convincing me. I've met the real dyed-in-the-wood, scary racist. With and without guns. And the simplistic teaching just doesn't cut it. And that's not the fault of the teacher, it's what they were taught. It's less than honest universities who are not doing research. They want to be professors, but they train as teachers. And then they stop professing, they stop doing research. The real flaw in the universities is they don't require the professors to do research and publish. You publish to expose your ideas to the criticism of other people in the field, to test them, to challenge them, to prove whether or not you really should teach that. There's where the flaw is. The teachers are not well served because they're not as well taught as they should be.
Thank you. Are there any, is there any further discussion? Not seeing any. Yes, Representative Cordial.
One last thought, because I'm really concerned. We're the lawmakers. Are we going to judge our laws by how they make people feel? Or are we going to judge our laws by the letter of the law? What is in here? Now, I asked a question, like, I don't know, it seems like an hour ago, a long time ago. I said, what in 19340 is objectionable? Representative Tanner started reading Roman numeral 1, but I mean, that's just no pupil in any public school in this state shall be taught, instructed, inculcated, or compelled, and then you sort of stop. The crux of it is it sort of leaves you hanging. Taught what? And then you have A, B, C, D. What's wrong? Tell me, somebody, because if you can't, you have to vote ITL.
Further discussion? Okay, I think we're ready to go into the voting stage of this. So it's HB 61, relative to teaching on discrimination in public schools and discrimination in public workplaces. And the motion on the table is to, what was it?
ITL.
ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Alboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion.
Yes, Representative Myler.
I move on to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Did Representative Allison say that, or?
I'm sorry, who started?
Oh, Representative Myler made the motion to OTP, and Representative Woodcock made the motion to second it.
Yes, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekus.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Petronell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Alboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
That was Representative Myler? Okay. And Representative Cordelli, you doing the?
Cordial.
Oh, Cordielli? Oh, yeah, that's right. She made it. Can't let it be, huh? Okay. We have two bills left and.
Three.
Or three?
Yeah.
Yeah, three. So let's, hi. Yeah. So let's take about 5 minutes for people to get up and stretch those legs and then we'll get back at this. Yeah, so we can get, yeah. See which ones we have, 432, 446, and,
Yeah, well, the bathroom one we did, right?
we only have two left, right? Two. 331, we're putting that off anyways, we're skipping that today. So that leaves 432 and 446.
Yep, right.
So we only have two bills left. Well, 331, we're skipping over because we want to know what's going on tomorrow. And, so 432 and 446, I don't think we need OL. We're not going to be running anything by OLS today, Jen.
I didn't think so, Dave.
Yeah, well, thank you for checking. Dave, where are you guys on these last two bills? On both of them? Okay, we have ITL on the first one, and the second we have ought to pass with an amendment.
Right, and I've got one. Yes.
Yes, yep. Okay, folks, we're ready to go ahead with we have these two bills left. HB 432 is a bill relative to the participation in the Education Freedom Accounts program.
We're gonna hold that off.
331, we're holding that off because of see what happens in the House floor tomorrow with the similar bill. So HB 432, Representative Cordelli, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ITL.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher makes the motion to second that. Representative Cordelli made the motion.
Yes.
It's just like being on an airplane, Representative Hall. See if it works. Okay, Representative Cordelli.
This bill requires that a family have their income eligibility checked annually. I think that's going to be a hardship for some families who have income that might go up and down, a real estate agent, et cetera, and possibly make the child a yo-yo in terms of being kicked out of the program, then being allowed in, et cetera, based on the family's income that fluctuates.
Further discussion from?
Yeah, we agreed. We're just going to keep
Yeah.
it. So it'll just be Representative Cordelli and me.
Right.
And then we'll go. Right
Okay, I was just going to go with the second of it. Yes, we can do that.
Yeah.
What we've agreed upon in this bill, because we know where we're going on it, is that it's going to be just two people speaking, Representative Cordelli and Representative Luno, and then we're going to go into the voting mode.
And then we probably won't need any speeches on the next motion. So,
Yeah.
what Representative Cordelli said is that that this bill does in fact require annual income recertification for families with students in the Education Freedom Account program. It doesn't make any change with respect to what that income level is, but it's an annual recertification, the same thing that we do with Medicaid and SNAP and so many other programs. That once they're but the difference is that with annual income certification here, if your income rises and you no longer qualify for the state voucher, the student doesn't get bounced around, doesn't get kicked out of school or anything like that. When that happens when you're in Medicaid or SNAP, you get kicked out of Medicaid, you get kicked out of SNAP. But the student does not get kicked out of their private school, and so for these reasons, for fairness, for taxpayer fairness, and consistent with the governor's comments that he supports reasonable guardrails on the EFA program. I hope people will defeat the ITL and will support an OTP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you already had your little speech? So, Madam Clerk, what we're going to do now is take action on the motion, which is to ITL 432.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petternell,
Yes.
Representative Quartiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell, Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Alboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, Representative Luno, do you have a motion?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move ought to pass.
Second. We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass, made by Representative Luno, second by Representative Myler. Discussion, Representative Luno?
Yeah.
Representative Cordelli?
Right.
So right to vote. Okay, when you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Ford?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Peternell?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
I called you this time. Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yeah.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So somebody will write it over there.
Yeah, I'll be writing the,
Okay.
for the ought to pass.
Okay. And Representative Cortelli for the ITL. Alrighty, so now we're down to 446. This is relative to participation in the Education Freedom Accounts program by students with disabilities. We have several amendments on this bill. Representative Cordelli, you recognized for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move ought to pass and offer an amendment.
Okay, let's get a second here.
Second, which one?
777.
McDonald said that? Oh, Representative, okay, Petronell. Yeah. Okay, and would you like to offer that?
Yes,
amendment
I'd
right
like to
now?
offer amendment 23-0777H. Ought to pass.
Now, the motion
I
that's just
did.
been made, we need to have a second on
This
that.
was a motion.
0777H, it's an amendment presented by Representative Cordelli.
Right?
Okay, that's good. Okay,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just so that, because I think there's two amendments, right? That are
Yes.
going to be proposed.
Yes.
Before we take votes on any amendment, can we have discussion on the two amendments?
I see no reason why not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I have one other amendment that was earlier.
Oh, there's
January
another one in there
30th.
too?
Yeah.
I'll just explain. My amendment is fixing my other amendment because the RSA was wrong and Jen caught it because it's supposed to be RSA 194-F:4, not B.
Oh, okay.
So my amendment was just fixing the B to an F.
So
So let's just have Representative Cordelli explain his amendment, and then we'll go to the other amendment as well.
The Education Freedom Account allows for many different options for parents for educational options. Anything from homeschooling to online courses, a private school, et cetera. And each have different ramifications in terms of services for a child with disability. So it gets very complicated. Even a private school placement by the parent has different criteria, different abilities or services based on whether the private school is profit or nonprofit. So I thought the simplest approach for everybody involved was to have the Bureau of Special Ed write up an explanation of the rights for students with disabilities who take an EFA and go through all those options in the explanation that they come up with rather than us trying to do it in statute.
Okay, Representative Cornell, can you please explain yours then?
Mine was just, I think, more specific to one group of schools that parents might place their students with a disability in. Mine just specifically dealt with for-profit private schools, which don't have to provide any kind of special ed services. And my concern was that parents be told that and be aware of it before placing their children there. And actually, as long, I guess, Rep. Cordelli will have to fix the B to an F, because it's the wrong RSA, but.
I think that would be taken care of in the enrollment process.
But I guess I have no problem with Rep. Cordelli's amendment as long as it's listed out that the for-profit, every placement is explained. I guess I have no problem with that.
Because you cover for-profit. For nonprofit, though, there's a whole process of dividing the federal income for that resident school district, dividing by the number of special ed students, that one or two students who go into the private school, they get a percentage based on the division about the federal income, and they get a service plan.
Yeah.
And so it gets rather involved, as opposed to students who take a different EFA option.
Yeah, and actually, if the nonprofit, if there are 6 students and 4 of them have one disability and 2 have the other, but all the money is taken up by the 4, the other 2 don't get any. So if that's all written out and given to a parent before they do it, I'm okay with that.
So further discussion from Representative Leno, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has, I believe, Representative Cornell's amendment, I think, was that drafted in coordination with Attorney Zellin?
Bonnie.
Or with Bonnie Dunham. So somebody that specializes in special education and special education law. And I was wondering if the same thing was done with Representative Cordelli's amendment.
I got write up from Rebecca Fredette about the different options for private school placement based on whether it's for-profit or nonprofit. And at that point, I decided, let me take a step back and let them write it up. And if anything changes, they'll take care of the maintenance of the instruction manual for the special ed student.
Okay, thank you. That clears it up.
So before we go anywhere, then let's just have sort of like a general consensus. Where are folks leaning right now in terms of which amendment? Yes.
Thank you. I think I may be confused. In Representative Cordelli's amendment, so is this a written explanation that the department would come up with one written statement that addresses everything, or is this a different statement for different student situations? I was not clear from what you said.
Right. An explanation of the rights for all the education options that are available under the EFA program. So it'd be
One document.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying.
Because when the scholarship organization hands out this document, the parent might not be sure at that point which option and whether it's a private school that's for-profit or nonprofit or et cetera.
Follow up?
Yes.
So then I may have misunderstood what Representative Cornell just said. When you were speaking about if there were 6 students and 4 had one situation and 2 had another, that if the 4 were paid for, there might not be enough left for the other 2. Did I hear that correctly? And so I'm wondering if one document applies to all students. It sounds like it depends on the circumstances.
It's the way the federal funds are distributed for special ed in placements.
So
if
It's not the same funding process that you have for a student that's in regular special ed in a public school.
the money that's divided up is just the federal funds.
Different pie.
So I understand that. May I have one more?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm trying to understand how one standardized document is going to inform a parent what will and will not be covered for their particular student. It just sounds like it's different in different circumstances. Am I incorrect about that?
Yes, it's based on what education option the parent chooses for their child. The options would be different in terms of the services available or not available. But I think it can be done in a one-page document. The document I got from Special Ed Director Fredette for private schools was like 2/3 of a page.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a little late today, so I just want to take a look at this and make sure I'm seeing this correctly, and you can correct me if I'm mistaken here. Looking at Rep. Cornell's amendment, beginning on line 5, it says participation in the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 USC. And now let's skip down to line 8, starting at the end. A parental placement under IDEA means a parental placement by blah, blah, blah. The definition of an elementary school under 20 USC section 14016. So when I go to that, it defines an elementary school and as a nonprofit institution. Is that the correct thing? That this wouldn't have the effect of limiting disabled students to using EFAs only in nonprofit institutions?
I think, not wanting to speak for Representative Cornell, but I think the intent is that it would provide the explanation for how the services are to be provided if it's a nonprofit private school. It doesn't say nonprofit there, but it's nonprofit in the definitions that are included in the amendment.
Yep, and Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, I've learned a lot about and I'm learning a lot about what all these different options can be. So I appreciate what Representative Cordelli is trying to do in terms of not only providing what a student's rights may be in certain options, but in all the options. And I think it does get complicated quickly when an EFA student may be a part-time student in their resident school district, maybe a full-time student in a public school, out of district public school, and then in a private school, for-profit, in a private school, nonprofit, in a home school. And then, of course, all combinations of those where they may be a part-time student in their resident public school district. And I think that they probably have different rights under IDEA and there's probably other combinations of things too. So I think it probably is beyond I think it should sit with the expertise of somebody that it's doing this and can update it.
Right. Exactly.
So
Federal laws do tend to change.
Yeah, right, and capabilities too. And so I would Representative Cornell sounds supportive of Representative Cordelli's amendment, and I would be supportive of that too.
Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if this is kind of a generalized explanation, am I correct that a parent could take their special case to the person who is in charge of special education support there to find out the details for their particular child?
I'm sure. In addition, the department has been appropriated funds for an EFA administrator. They've been having difficulty finding someone for that position, but I'm sure that person would act as an intermediary to getting the special ed director involved if there were questions from the parent.
Any further discussion from the committee? So we do have a motion on the table, and motion was made for the 777H amendment. If there's no, and so that's the one we're going to be acting upon at this point in time. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on that?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronel?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler? Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, so now we need a motion that ought to pass as amended with that particular amendment. You want to make it, and then we'll have Representative Cornell second it.
Ought to pass as amended.
Okay,
Cordelli,
so
Cornell.
we have Representative Cordelli and Representative Cornell. So we had enough of those today.
No, I did get some more.
Oh, you went and got more. Okay. Go ahead when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronel?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Any objections to, okay, it's on consent? So we are done everything we're going to do today, but before we all depart, I'd like to make sure that you're aware that those reports got to get into me. I understand it's been late last several days, and we got a session tomorrow, and some are preparing for that as well. So I will need these reports by hopefully on a Friday at noon. So please get them done and get them into me. Either send them to myself or to Representative Myler. That'd be fine. And then we'll get them over to Lindsay so she can be working on them when she gets back. I guess that's it. Anything else?
Just for,
Yeah.
just for updates, we do have committee next week. And no House session. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we're carrying forward one bill that we did not do. So that will carry forward to the Monday session. And that is HB 331. And that will add on to those bills. Take a look at those bills that we have coming up. There are some bills that everybody should have some familiarity with because they are relative to the dissemination of obscene materials by schools and institutions of higher learning, relative to education freedom accounts, relative to withdrawal from a cooperative school district, establishing local education freedom account program. There's a number of those relative to vaccinations, clinics at schools. Another one dealing with free school meals, limiting education freedom account budget funding to budgeted amounts, and repealing the collection of state education property tax. And then on Wednesday, there's a number of bills there too.
Fun never stops.
It just doesn't want to stop on us. And go ahead.
So we're Monday and Wednesday, not Tuesday, is that correct?
Yeah, Tuesday is the voting day, correct?
Right.
And so we tried to stay away from that. So if we can get these bills taken on those 2 days, we're going to have to get those bills done by Wednesday because we won't have them in the calendar for Thursday. So.
Not next week.
Not next week. So I mean,
21st is the next, I think.
Yeah.
21st or 22nd, it's still up in the air, I believe.
Yeah. So Thursday is off, but be aware that anything we don't do on that Monday, it's going to get dumped into Wednesday, and we'll have to stay here on Wednesday until things are done. And we also, there is
A little
also,
late, but we may want to recognize that it is International Women's Day.
oh yeah, today is International Women's Day. So for all you international women, congratulations. And if anybody wants to attend the work session on school building aid, that's on Friday at 10 o'clock.
On Monday, someone's gonna have to do the green sheets.
Yeah,
Keep track
okay,
of all the
okay,
votes.
okay.
Sorry.